Hello. Can you all hear me? Yeah, if you can hear me, welcome to this special edition of 90 Minutes Africa. Today has been a very packed and very interesting episode we have today, led by the very able Dr. Damages, featuring Prophet El-Buba Isa, who is also a very notable prophet in the northern Nigeria, indeed Nigeria, and of course, almost all around the world. He has done all kinds of work around the world. Chiefly of which I mentioned one of the work that I didn't even know he was the one who renamed the village, Dogona Hawa. But I did a documentary on that piece of land or community where 500 people were sent to their early graves by the Fulani terrorist organization. So, with that being said, I don't want to go too much into discussing this affair. Let me bring people in. Let me invite people almost immediately to come in and have their comments. Please come in and have your comment, because a lot of people want to ask questions. A lot of people are interested in, they want to see. Yeah, where is it? Great. So we can have this discussion. Meanwhile, in the studio, I already have Chim. So I'll give Chim the first shot while other people start coming in. Chim, what do you make of today's very interesting episode? Can you hear me, Chim? Yeah.
Thank you, KJ. Sorry, I was trying to unmute. It was another thumbs up to Dr. Damages for bringing a personality like that to the show. I know it's not an easy task to be able to get someone like that to commit time and then come and sit down and tell us his own truth. I followed him for a while. I remember how he was very vocal during the election. He's been vocal about the Fulani insurgency that's happened. He's been very, very vocal about it. So at some point, I wondered maybe they will arrest him and all that. a couple of tough things he said. But when it comes to today's conversation, especially from my own view, I can cut him some slack because I understand this whole concept of respect others, don't talk down or speak against elders of the faith in Nigeria. But I don't agree with him when it comes to him telling us that those guys are doing a lot. Those guys are not doing a lot. I guess he just wanted to say that. I know in his own heart of heart, he doesn't believe they're doing a lot, because the kind of things he has spoken up against, many of those men have never spoken openly against some of those things. I do know that many ministers have benefited from government. They've been government during Jonathan's government. I know two churches whose ministers are very renowned. They were getting importation waivers. They're importing stuff for their churches and getting waivers. You know what a waiver means, what a waiver will do to an economy. So rather than paying the taxes you should be paying and duties you should be paying for importing certain kinds of items, they waive those things for them. They bring it in and go and use it in their churches. So as some of these people do not speak up against government, I haven't seen outside of him. Can you hear me, KJ?
Yeah, very well.
Okay. Outside of him, to an extent, Tunde Bakari, I'm looking for, and then maybe a Neche during the election. Neche was not necessarily speaking too much against government per se. Neche was speaking in support of Peter Obi. His mind was in that section. But I think a lot of ministers of the gospel in Nigeria have affiliations with politicians. For instance, there is no way I will be a minister in Nigeria today in Rivers State and a Bas Equal will come to any church to do a Thanksgiving. If it's my church, I will tell the church members not to come to church today. Let's sit at home. I will. I'm not joking. There is no. So any minister that is serious will not allow that man say he's coming. Thanksgiving for what? For dissipating democracy, for stealing public funds from River State. You're coming to give Thanksgiving. And then somebody will come and receive him today and bless him and say he's done well. I mean, come on, for goodness sake, come on. And we know that Nigerian ministers do this a lot. Any government in power that is their friend, they speak for that one. If the government in power is not their friend, they go mute and keep quiet and make snide comments about that government from their pulpits. That's what happens. You barely see a Nigerian minister who is true to type, will speak true to power. If the minister used to be a member of your church, you tell him, Oga, remember, what you are doing today is not. We don't accept that. We don't accept that. We saw last week, Pastor Dr. Professor Oshibajo was at an event that has been publicized. We've all heard his views, and that female former federal high court judge or something who was speaking against the judiciary and all that. We've seen some of those things. People need to just speak the truth. He has tried. I will give him the benefit of the doubt. I've seen his anti-government activities. I have seen it, especially when government is doing wrong. At least I give him the, but I think he was trying to be economical with the truth when it comes to calling out some of these A-class pastors, as I want to put it. He didn't. That one I didn't agree with him, but I didn't want to toe the line of Mr. James. Just give him that respect. But I respect him as a person. That's what I will say for now.
All right. Thank you so much. I would have want to ask you one or two questions, but maybe a second round. Let me hear from Tony. Tony, go ahead.
Good evening, KJ. Good evening, everybody, and those who are listening. I have followed Pastor Buba, for a long time. I think that he spoke well today. He didn't say that the church or the ministers of God is the perfect place. So part of the mistake that we make is in thinking that the church is a place where you find perfect people. No, the church is a gathering of people, of imperfect people, but whose imperfections were forgiven. So it's not, and so also the ministers of God also are human beings and they're part of the church. But let me say two things first before I talk about. You see, James asked a question. There was a quotation that he made from the book of Revelations, and in the context,
Please put it off. It's distracting. Go ahead.
Yeah, but in the context of,
you can mute the two people that have their stuff open. There are two people you can see them. Mute two of them.
Yeah, can I go ahead?
Do you have a fan around your microphone there?
Yes. Okay. Let me shift away. I have a fan very close to me. Okay.
I was wondering now.
Okay.
When I your room.
No.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
So, in the context of the question that he asked, which is supported with the scripture from the book of Revelations, I think that he probably didn't understand that what that scripture is talking about is pointing to eschatology. If you go to Christian theology. And so it's not relevant to the point that he was trying to make. That's one. Two. The second thing that he also said, he needs to go and study what is called theodicy. Because if you understand theodicy, then apart from the fact that the pastor did talk about will, that, God has given man a will, it didn't make us zombies, or robots, so we have a thinking, so you make a choice, okay? Which is the principle that he established from day one in the garden, So if you understand that and you understand theodicy, you understand choice, people are held responsible. The reason why people are held responsible for offenses that they commit is because they have a choice. Because if you're a zombie, you think one way, you are programmed, then you don't think. And so the question of choice doesn't come in. But that's just an aside. I just wanted to make that comment, because if you understand that, it will put more light, into what the pastor was trying to say. But that aside, I think Buba made good points. I think that we are not perfect. I think that there are imperfections in the church, but I also think that there are still some very good people, and he is one example of someone who is an all-rounder, has fought. He's not just a man of God; he has also impacted lives in various other fields outside the church. And he has stood his ground. He has spoken boldly, challenging the authorities, the powers that be, Many times he has been bribed, he has been offered money, but he stood his ground. And this is a man who has a Fulani blood, and that didn't make him not to stand and say the thing that he thinks some people from that ethnic group are doing. So I think that if we have people like that who are speaking, they don't necessarily have to be from the church, because the church is not on trial here. It's not the church that is being tried. It just happens to be a pastor, but he's a Nigerian. So I think the totality of the picture that you should be looking at is not just trying to push it to be like it's a church thing. This is a Nigerian who incidentally is a minister of God, but he's speaking in his capacity, not just as a pastor, but also as a Nigerian who feels the pinch that every other person is feeling. So to that extent, I think he made his point. I don't think that he was conservative with the truth. I don't expect him to come and begin to condemn, there are certain things he can't say. If you saw the judge, what is her name? Adefope Okoje, that was speaking, he could only say the things that she was saying because she's retired. But when she was there, she couldn't do it. But there are a few people who are bold enough who can say it and damn the consequences. And so those are the kind of people that we're looking for at this time, who would speak and then damn the consequences, even if it means the likes of Professor Nena Oti, who today, from what I gather, has to now have security around her because she did the nation something that is good. But some people are seeing her now as a threat, and she cannot move out freely as every other free Nigerian because she did what is right. So we need people who will be bold, but there are consequences. So there are consequences when you take those things. That's why El-Buba said that even in trying to purview the thing that he's doing for the good of the country, he has faced a lot of assassination attempts, by people who don't just like his face and who don't like what he's saying. So let me just stop there so that the others will continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I again looked at the scripture that he James quoted. I don't know why you say you didn't understand it. Somebody has your mic on. Please put it off. Okay. I don't know why because I've read it over and over, and I did read it again. It was the war between the angels of the devil and Angel Michael and his group. I think it's quite what the Bible is saying there. But what you were trying to say, hold on, I'm coming to you, Mr. James. What you're trying to say is that God has given us a will. It's just like earth here now. God cannot step into the earth except he comes in a body. The law governing the earth is that you must have an earthly suit, which is the body, for you to operate here. That's why demons and all that, they look for people to inhabit, to perpetrate their evil. They cannot do it without any body. So those are deeper teachings which he may not be able to explain just in that one sweep. However, Mr. James is here. Maybe you clarify us on what you wanted to hear from that quote.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your understanding. I was expecting a serious backlash. Also, I'm very pleased that
I can do it now for you if you wish.
Anyway, the issue is this. Revelation chapter 12, verse 7 talked about the war that was fought in heaven. I was trying to draw his attention to religious matters and political matters are not the same. If we are to pray to God to solve our problem, the problem will never be solved. God in heaven has his own problems. If war was able to break out in the domain of the most powerful man in the universe, it means something very serious is going on in heaven. So we should solve our problems and leave God out of it. What God did not do for us, we should do it for ourselves. That is the point I wanted him to understand. Now, look, in Nigeria, we have millions of Muslims, for example. Let's say, they pray 5 times every day. If a Muslim should pray, let's say 5 million Muslims in Nigeria pray 5 times every day. That's 5 times 5, 25 million prayers in a day. If you multiply it by 365, say about 1,900,000,000 and something million prayers every year. The prayers has not been answered. In South Africa, Prayer could not solve their problem for 400 years. But when ANC was set up in 1912, in 1994, in 80-something years, they gained their independence. That shows that what God cannot do, man can do. That is the point I was trying to point out to him, and he took offense. Anyway.
And James, I'm so sorry. We all respect you here. You are one of the members of our panel that we would always give an ear to. The only thing is, in observing your atheism, you always bring it to the table. It was so clear that you were coming from an atheist point of view. And I don't know, it seemed judgmental. It seemed, wait now, you're not hearing me. It seemed judgmental where you were coming from, knowing that this man is a pastor. He said he was a reformed, what was the word he used? A reformed extremist. And I felt that this man, I don't know him like many of you do. This man needs an ear.
Turn by turn, please. Turn by turn, please.
Sorry, my brother. I just needed to let him.
No, turn by turn.
Hey, I've heard you, bros. I've heard you.
Okay, I actually allowed Jagon to speak, so please don't, if you don't mind. We have.
Soon it will get rowdy. I know their game.
Let me round up, please.
I know they play game, bros.
Relax.
Let me round up, please.
Relax.
No, as I was telling Mr. Rudolph, anybody who is not receptive to criticisms is not fit to rule. Jesus Christ in the Bible, we are told, was severely criticized. Even Judas Iscariot, one of the 12, betrayed him. This is a man he had confidence in. And this is a guy who has told you and me that he is a repentant jihadist in the midst of men of God. If Judas Iscariot can be in the midst of Christ and betrayed him, and Christ died because of him, why should we not expect this man to do worse things? You see, we should not be carried away easily. And lastly, as I was telling Mr. Rudolph, I told him something, yes, foreign intelligence networks, I won't mention any name, they have Christians in their midst, Jehovah's Witnesses in their midst, Catholic, they preach, even the Jews, the Buddhists, the Hindus, they are in their midst. They train them, when there is war or confusion somewhere, they send them out there to preach religion. In the course of preaching religion, they act as spies. And this is what Boko Haram has done in Nigeria, when they coopted them into the military. You see the formidable problem the Nigerian military is grappling with. It's very sad indeed that we are just taking this man for his words. We should x-ray him thoroughly because he has not surrendered himself to the state that I committed an offense. Crime has no expiry date. If he committed crimes against the state, he should appear before the state and ask for forgiveness. Then the state will forgive him. Then he's a clean man. As long as he has not been forgiven, his crime has not expired.
Who hasn't forgiven him? Is it you that hasn't forgiven him? You were very rude to him. You were very, very rude to him.
Okay. All right, okay, gentlemen, listen. I need to come in as a moderator now. I want to put something straight. Mr. James, I understand where you're coming from because reading the Bible is just a history book for anybody who is reading it without a spirit-led mind. And so when you come to the Bible, it depends on how you approach it. You get your answer. Look, I had a professor. He's no longer now. I was trying to teach him about the apostolic. He could never understand it. I was a student. He's a professor. He could never understand what I was talking about until one day I was going there, and the Spirit of the Lord told me that you think this prophetic and apostolic is open to everybody. So let me tell you this: if you come with a criticism to read the Bible, you will not get what you need. It will only respond to you in that order. But let me go to what you are trying to say, and I understand perfectly what you are trying to say. If God, just like somebody's asking on the panel, if God was so good, why will He put evil tree up in the midst and then allow people? Which wicked father will do that? But we forget. You see, that's what is called also the sovereignty of God. The sovereignty of God is simply that It doesn't go with your emotions. It doesn't go with your emotions or how you feel or what you're thinking. Okay? Because there are many other things that God is seeing that you and I are not privy to. We're not privy to it. One day I was flying and the Lord said to me, look outside. And I looked, the plane was about to land in Abuja. And I looked outside and people were just like small ants. And I was seeing the road going to Kubwa, which is always densed up, packed, and traffic always, but looking from up in the plane through a plane window, everything was in order. So my spirit told me, see, this is how sometimes God sees you. You think you are down, everything is in disarray and all that. But from what he's seeing, from his distance, he can see that all of you are in order. It may take a bit of a while and all that to come bring things together, but at the end of the day, everything is working together for what God wants to achieve. And I want to say, going again, I don't want to turn it to a sermon, but what he was trying to say is this: the will of man, and you have said it on as you're talking now, the will of man is stronger than the will of God on earth. The will of man is stronger. I repeat myself. The will of man is stronger than the will of God. It's only in certain instances that if you want to mess up the divine setup, that God will what? Override your will. But most times, he will follow what you said. And I'll give you a simple example. A lady can come to you and say, God wants me to marry Mr. James, but I don't want Mr. James. God will not force her to marry you. God will raise a better person for you to marry. But whatever choice she decides to make, she will now have to fight with her own faith, her own strength to keep it going. But if she had married you, she'll find it easier to get to the point where God wants to take her. But if she decides, say, I don't want, it's not my choice, okay, and goes somewhere else, she will still marry, she will still have children, but she'll have to constantly be in a warfare to be able to keep that going. Meanwhile, if you are taking the God's choice, it will be much easier to get to the destination where she wants to get. So what I'm trying to say is this, that when we come like this, and just like Jago said, Tony said, this guy, you are saying he didn't repent. He's not be today born again. No, he's not born again since when I did primary school or secondary. No, so it's not something of new. It's not a new convert. He has been in the forefront of the Christian faith in the north. He's one of the foremost prophetic leaders in the north, with the likes of Emmanuel Kure and Mewazi Dandara. These are leaders, and late Manokanos. These are the people who are the foremost prophetic and apostolic leaders in the north. He was among these people, So it's not a pushover when it has to do with it. And you see, well, let me not go into that some of it. So let me leave it there and let us just go, move on. Ovier, don't sleep on us.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you, sir.
No, I'm not sleeping. I'm just, I'm in the spirit. Just,
well, I hope it's not the last day, because if you're the Lord, that's the end of the world.
no. It's just that I don't know. I think in my level of spirituality or in my spirit realm, I'm not high enough to understand the canting zone and the talk at times. So, But since we are in the spirit, I think First Chronicle, right? 15 verse 16, and Psalm 105 verse 5.
I have my Bible.
Yes, you can do what you know how to do best. Says that I touch not my anointing and do my prophet no harm. So these are the kind of prophet you have to watch your step. If not, they will touch you back. I said they will touch you. I'm choosing my words deliberately.
No, you are correct.
In my spiritual realm, my spiritual level, that's a USAID product. And one sign you know that society is poor on every level is that they make celebrity over anyone or anything that can articulate their problem. Once anything that can articulate their problem, that person is if they big turn to celebrate. So what Mr. James was trying to allude to is how power works. Power is democratic. That's why they always accuse the Kadamis and Utrosa, the way he moves. Maybe they don't give him a level, maybe they control that. I mean, that's just to give an example. What he's saying is that these are the kind of people that the power that be like to work with. I listen to Ram. I don't know him before. As far as I'm concerned, I know he used to say don't talk anything new than any other politician will talk. That's why I just come straight to him. Even though I speak, mother language, I came straight to him. Because when you they contest, but as I said, he's a pastor, just like every other pastor. They are all hustlers, just like every one of us. So the fact that we are not saying it, I maybe now eliminate the hustle. But it's good at what it does. As I said, once you can articulate people's problem, they will make a star out of you, and that's it. That's what I see playing out. So it's not there, and it's what I again, what I don't understand among us is that now question and answer, ask question and answer. Nine was the section of the show. And somebody who came to criticize leaders, who is here in the speaking in God's realm, you don't have the spirit to just listen. You are a politician, you know people like Trump. Dr. Damage was accusing Trump yesterday, comparing it with Sanders of how they respond as a leader. Then he played another video again today, how Trump responds to the same question why did not jam. Right? I mean, so there's so many O's with what I saw that make me to say come. And the fact that this person still getting a lot of respect and fire among us, something is ishy somewhere, So if you don't have the patience to listen, to dodge the question, to answer it, I mean, nobody tell you that you must answer the question this specific way. Just allow the man to just about you. It triggers you. I mean, that's only that section alone. If you give out to forensic experts, they will tell you a lot about just that episode. They will tell you a lot about that, about both the question, body movement, reaction, everything. They will tell you. So, but again, as I said, one of the singular denominator to figure out how that society is really poor, not just because they are materially poor, every sense of the word, is they make celebrate out of anything. If I can articulate problem or Nigerian problem today, Caribou will beside me. Forget, I will be the most celebrated Igbo smoker pastor you ever see. And it's very easy to do. And you understand your people, just go with the flow. And this man, they tell you every step I would able the elite and they criticize them. But again, maybe now because I'm high, as always. Make me this killer. But as I said, man,
this guy can be serious. I'm telling you.
I don't want to boss yours.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Maybe when you come to the second part, you will have been okay. But I want to say, and then sorry, I'm not trying to hog the mic as a moderator, but I want to explain these things. You see, there are levels in where there are offices in the body of Christ, and if you're a Christian per se, you will understand. There are 5 offices in the body of Christ. You have the ones that will know the most is pastors and evangelists. These are the most patient part of the body of Christ. When it comes to the apostolic and the prophetic, what is their function? The apostolic points you, okay, to the direction God wants you to be. Those people don't have too much patience because their office doesn't require, they're not there to midwife you. The prophetic life which he belongs to are also people who tell you what is God saying, what does the future have, where are we going to, what is this going to come, and they also don't have plenty of patience. Okay, I'm just explaining from somebody who has been in this move for a long time. The last person who was there on this panel was Apostle Emede Farasi, who was, in fact, he tried to suppress himself, to be able to listen to, because these are people who you don't tamper, you don't talk anything about their office. They are not political leaders, they are spiritual leaders. If you challenge the authority, they will bring the wrath of God upon you. And that is how they operate. They don't have the they're not as patient as pastors. The pastors are the one who tender to the sheep. They mile the sheep and all that. So these are different offices in the body of Christ. And any church that has 5 of them together, those churches normally do better than those who have only 1 or 2. Because they're supposed to be the operation, the full capacity of the body of Christ. Having said that, I noticed that when he got annoyed was because when Mr. James was trying to say that, he doesn't seem to trust, his judgment, okay, and then trying to say he has to be repent. This guy, I mean, so I understand both sides because I'm on both. I know where Mr. J is coming from as a layman.
KJ, to be fair, the guy said, "I am a repented killer. I am a repented jihadi. I am a repented terrorist." These are his words.
Okay, yeah, he said that, and I will. Rudolph, if you are behind, come in because Ovie will have question for you. So come in unless you prefer. I would prefer you to take that question. But let's move on. Jago, please go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I quite enjoyed the conversation that the gentleman was giving us. I enjoyed his spirit and his openness and his knowledge. You can see he was quite knowledgeable. And he answered my question, I think, pretty well. And I suppose most people's questions pretty well. I think the only real disturbance was James. And I understand what James is talking about as well. But I feel he gave up that he himself was an atheist. That came out without him using the word atheist. And the man being sharp enough, he quickly ascertained that this man is coming from a non-believing point of view. And he gave it back to you that you're a non-believer. And I'm not. And I feel that your atheism is an actual religion in itself, especially when it's coming out of your mouth. It's almost like you're trying to convert people to atheism. I would like to put it to you, sir. I know that you're a calm, gentle individual, but is it deep because of your atheism? Is it deep within your spirit that more people should become atheists?
No, because my background is very different from others. It's not my wish. Because, to be an atheist involves a lot. People see you from the very negative perspective in society. In the Gambia where I live here, it's a Muslim society, almost 100%. Knowing that I do not believe in God, they see me. In fact, somebody referred to me some time ago that I'm God's firewood. That if I die, they'll use me as firewood in hell to heat up hell. That's how somebody referred to me. But the truth is that I don't believe in it. That is just, for example, I'm not an Englishman. There's nothing I can do about it. That is how religion is to me. My father was more or less a Babalawo man. I could not follow him. And we were not getting on too fine before he departed. So it's not my wish for anybody. I've never preached to anybody to become an atheist. But if you
can I put it to you, because you just said something there about you're not an Englishman. Do you believe the reality of faith and a creator is a universal thing, or do you think it's a cultural thing?
There's nothing like creation.
Sorry?
Creation is a myth. There's nothing like creation. Nobody created
that kind of statement, it's not that it doesn't sit well with me. It's just rubbish. That's a rubbish statement. There's nothing like creation. Yet we are creators. That's nonsense. We as human beings are creators. What do you mean there's nothing? I mean, I don't want to abuse anybody, but me too, I get riled. I'm a believer because my spirit inhabits my body. And I feel my spirit differently from my physicality. As I said, if I want to exercise my mind, I'll go to an educational facility, I observe and I can educate my mind, and it's a muscle. If I want to exercise my body in order to make it useful, I would exercise my body. How does one exercise their spirit? Does one know that they have a spirit? When you die, there's a separation. I mean, my brother, I really don't understand. You push your when I observe you, sir, and this is I don't want to become so personal, so please forgive me. But when I observe you, I see a bitterness in the fact that one, Nigeria is the way it is. Two, we as black people aren't really getting things done in this planet to give us the kind of respect, the real respect that we need for ourselves. And three, I believe that you're bitter with the British or the Western world that holds us in the position that we're in. And I don't believe that bitterness would bring you out of anybody's spirit. You see, you said atheism is difficult, and you underlined why, and I agree with you. But spirituality is even more difficult. How can you believe what you don't see? Do you know how difficult that is? Do you know how difficult that is? Have you given it any consciousness? You haven't. You're just throwing your belief all over the place, as though you're trying to recruit non-believers. It's a very you sit in a very strange place. I must tell you. I beg your pardon.
All right.
Yeah.
We should arrange a special session. We should
Hold on,
arrange a
Mr.
special
James.
session for this topic.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. So another day we'll discuss that, but let's dwell on
Okay, please,
what.
kindly let me go home. It's nearly bedtime in the Gambia. Please.
Okay, you want to make a final statement?
No, there's no need. I've said enough.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so
We
much.
respect you, Mr. James.
Mr. Jago.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
All
bro.
right.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Ike. Go ahead, sir. Mr. Ike, you made a very good comment about Mr. El-Buba, but he said something that is an old national anthem now. That Igbos are the architect of their own problem, and he gave example of how it is the Igbo people who are fighting P2B. I mean, and that is the truth anyway. Right now, P2B's most fierce opponents are the Igbo people, chiefly of which is David Devil Omahi and Solu Trouble. You know, Soludo has gone to Anambra State. He's no longer dealing with the issue of governance. He's chasing native doctors about and empowering Agboro to go to the street and beat up people and collect money. So, and then upon each time they give him a microphone, he will attack Soludo. I mean, he will attack Peter Obi. Is it true? Is it what he said? Can you identify with it? Can you agree with him that actually the Igbos are their own problems?
Is that for me?
That's for Mr. Ike.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Sunday to all of us. I really do not want to go that route.
Okay.
I'm coming. I'm still.
I just say you won't give me your time.
The reason being that when we talk about the Igbos, it's like when you talk about the Hausas or the Fulanis or the Yorubas. It's a nation of about 50 million people, if I'm not mistaken, the Igbos, or more than 50 million people. And probably in the midst of the 50 million, you have about 1 million people who is actually doing what the man of God said. That doesn't really reflect that is what an Igbo man is. The same thing you find in the Yoruba land. You have some people who, in the midst of them, you have people who, do other things. In Hausa, in Fulani, in every tribe we in Nigeria. So, I want to look at what he said based on Nigerian issue, because the problem we have in Nigeria, the people that are put the country where we are today, they are not even up to 1 million, and we are about 250 million people. Are you not going to say that the whole Nigerians, we are all corrupt? We are all, we are all part of the system. I become part of the system, or you become part of the system when they use you to do what they are doing. That's when you become part of the system. So in the case of what is happening in Igbo land, I still believe sincerely that people like Ojus Okalu, your brother, people like the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, people like Hope Uzodimma, people like Umahi, people like Soludo, there are a lot of them we know. They don't have any political capital in Igbo land. They're just speaking for their bellies and their masters over there in the north. I don't know who people like Umahi is going to convince. He only speaking that word for his masters to praise him, to make him feel important that he's doing what they ask him to do. Just like the governor of Anambra State, when he goes to Abuja, he put on a Miloko cap, and when he's in Anambra State, he put an Abga cap. So this is what it is. So doesn't really mean that we don't have problem. Like we have problem in every tribe. And I think that one of our major problem in Igbo land is that this issue of that, we are Republicans, Ibameze, and when you say Ibameze, you find out that the traditional ruler who was here last week, I wanted to come very hard on him because there was no time, because I think Igbo was caused by the same people who we want to respect as Indians and the kings and whatever, but because they have sold themselves to politicians. And I don't think I will have any respect for any of them that I know that have sold themselves to the politicians. If you are speaking to me if you are the king of the age of my time, and you are speaking, and I know that Hope Uzodimma is using you against my people, I will only pour sand on your face. Because you don't have respect of the Ofo. The Ofo has lost its respect in Igbo land. So the idea that we the Igbos, we don't love ourselves, it's not true. We have people in our midst who try to paint us black. And when in Nigeria today, they say, oh, every Igbo man is a drug pusher, a 419. Which people started drug pushing? In the Yoruba, they started the issue of drug pushing. The issue of 419 was started when Niger was in Lagos. Which people, 90% of the people who was working in Niger then was Yorubas. They started this issue of document and people stealing people's credit card and stealing people's checks, But whenever an Igbo man goes into something, it becomes a very big problem. I cannot say because one Igbo man is doing something bad, then I say that Chim is a bad man. What evidence do I have to say that Chim is a bad person? Or what evidence do you have to say that Ag is a bad person? So I don't believe that. Every tongue, every tribe, every community, every town, every village, every family, they have problems. But it's the manner and the way that the problems is being solved is the problem, is the issue. For example, he can say that and everybody can believe that. Because what happened in 2023, when the man in Asorok decided to say, Emiloko, right? It seems as if the whole West decided to follow him, even though it's not all of them that followed him because he lost Lagos. And if election was free and fair, he couldn't have been in Ekiti State. Neither would he have been able to win in Oyo State. But you can see as if the people now are behaving as if it is the whole Yoruba that are following Mr. Miloko. No, it's not the point. So I cannot use the brush and paint all of them, right? We're talking about the Fulanis and the Hausas. A lot of Fulanis are good people. Like you gave example here, KJ, some of them who I see your friend today. I lived in the north for 5 years and I have them as friends also. So I cannot paint all of them to be bad. There are good people among them. So I cannot, because of people, the few people that I have mentioned. I know some other people also, the so-called the younger billionaires you have in Igbo land today, who do not impact the life of anybody, but they throw party and fly private jet and go to Ibiza, they throw party, and throw champagne. Yeah, if you talk, they tell you, did you give me did you know how I make my money, or are you going to tell me how to spend my money? So I think one of the greatest problem we have is the younger generations of the millionaires and billionaires we have in Igbo land today, who believe that the only way they can show their money is in social media, where they throw party, where they throw dollar, they go to Ibiza, they go to all the islands and they enjoy their money. It's their money. I'm not going to tell anybody how to use their money. But I think that if they're beginning to think as Indibo, because all of them, most of them, when we are talking about the way forward of Indibo, they don't speak about that. Why? Because their businesses is in Lagos, and those are the place where most of their businesses is. So they will keep quiet and go to bow down to Emiloko, like the so-called the other man what is his name, chief priest, right? These are people who are only fighting to protect their businesses. They are not doing it for you. They are not doing it to develop Igbo land or doing it for the interest of Ndibo. It's just to continue to maintain that name they have and their popularity and throw money and throw party and and get them used to important politicians who have been stealing the national weight of Nigeria. So really, it's painful sometimes when people say that, but I don't think it's true. But for me personally, every family, every kindred, we have problems. When I have a problem in my family, it depends on how you decide to solve the family problem before it gets to the village or to the community. I think better families will prefer to solve their family problem in the family instead of taking it outside, right? So I don't think that it is peculiar to Ndibo. Every nations of the world where you have different kinds of people, there are problems everywhere. So I cannot paint my people. I'm an Igbo man. I don't believe that Igbos we hate ourselves. We love ourselves. We love ourselves and we help ourselves. But let us not use the pictures of these few politicians in Igbo land who are trying to paint us as if we hate ourselves, we don't love ourselves. That is not the real Igbo man or the Igbo race or the Igbo nation.
Okay, thank you so much. Although, is it Sylvia also disagrees with you? You think that Igbos are very greedy, they love money, they always concerned about money. But that's keep that in mind. We'll discuss about the love of Igbos and money. In another program. Mr. Mazi Okpara, can we hear what you take? And I know you know him. And I'm surprised, I must say this to you, Mazi Okpara, that you know Paul Gindri. You know Paul Gindri? Wow.
I'm an old man.
Before I left Nigeria, when I stumbled into his work in the plateau, I wanted to do a documentary on that, but I couldn't get anybody to give me. They were trying to connect me to his children or grandchildren, but none of them could give me a good script that I can actually use to depict all the work he did in the plateau. So with that, I know you have a vast understanding of how the prophetic and apostolic work. What do you say about what El-Buba said today, Prophet El-Buba?
Yeah, good evening, my folks, KG, Chima, and others. Sometimes when we see these people talking, I know that we have suspicions of these people in Nigeria, mostly the clergymen. We know that we call them all are corrupt, but I don't think all are corrupt. I'm a person who grew up in the North, and let me tell you, the church in the South it's like that church. The Bible says that it's not cold, it's not hot in the Bible. But the church in the North is very hot because they have gone through persecutions and persecutions.
And they're still going
through. So these people are fighting for their survival. if you have been there, if I've lived there and see how Christians are being strangled, you won't come here and be attacking Evangelist Buba, a young man I knew when I was in Jos, who is not after this, who is not a prosperity pastor. At least I've seen things he has done and he has doing on the plateau. Because as we speak, I still have my elder sister, the children are still living there. All of them know these guys. So when we come here, when this guy was talking and our brother James I was like, okay, yeah, because you don't know him. I know that we put them in the same pot, but they're not the same. He's a young man, but he's doing a very great job. And somebody who converted from Islam to Christianity, it's not easy for them over there. Most of them are lynched. Most of them are mobbed. Most of them are killed. He's living today because of the grace of God, because of the truth. Because he's not only fighting for Christians, he's fighting also for depraved Muslims. That's why his life is safe. I grew up in the north, but I ended up in Bukuru, Jos, where I was part of Paul Jingri's disciples. I was part of Good News Church. I was part of Cooking Church. We were going for evangelism in Mango, in Bokos, all these places now that you have the terrorists are killing the indigenous people and occupying their lands. I was involved in that evangelism that time. Unfortunately, when we came over to Europe, the status quo changes, and you become first, like you're just abandon your religion and face the reality. So he's a great guy, and he's doing a great job. We should not paint them with the same brush. Some of them, or most of them, are very, very corrupt, but a few of them are not. If you are not corrupt, if this man is corrupt, he won't be saying what he's saying. He will be arrested, or at least, or even set trap, and he will fall into the trap. The same way all of them are falling into the trap. So let's just keep calm, support these guys. Some of them are good. There was a young man too, that his name was Bulos. He's from Borno State. He was also a very radical evangelist, and most of them are converted Muslims. They convert to Christianity and they become very wonderful people. Even when this guy converted, there was nothing like Boko Haram. I think when he said he was a terrorist, maybe most of them, they speak, the way they do things, you look at them, these people are real, because they are very, very extremist and very, very radical. So I don't think he has killed somebody. But maybe when he said he's a killer, maybe the way he was green, he was, he grew up and he saw himself then. Because 1983, 1980, 1990, 1990s, there was nothing like Boko Haram, and what we had then was Metesini, which after a while it just made it down. But Boko Haram is a new phenomenon, and I shouldn't condemn him for what he's doing. He's doing a great job, and he's a very good man. Nobody's perfect. Even as I speak, I'm not perfect. Nobody here is perfect. We have our shortcomings. So let's just be honest with ourselves, and sometimes believe someone when someone comes here and tell us what he's doing and why he's doing it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I can agree to that, because I did a documentary on the Church of the Orosijafos Church, and I know that he does have a lot of assistance given to people of Warri. It may not be everywhere, but those artisans and all that, they have a training and all that. They have a good setup. They even have a microfinance bank that give people loan to start your business and all that. They even buy vehicles like Uber and all that, depending on what your level of business that you can handle. So I know a lot of church. There was a time I took my.
You stay for Jamumoga.
No, I don't stay there. I just go do my this thing, come back. I don't stay there. Okay, all right. Let's move on. Let's move on. See, Chim has been waiting. Chim have a lot of things to tell us. So Chim, hold on, Soji. Chim, tell us please. What did you observe? And from what the discussion I've had so far, you have been very quiet. You listen to James, and you also have your own reservation. But I also like the way that Jagun was able to, match what he's saying, because sometimes when people come here and they are not believers, and you present your Christian faith as your front, they want to make you look as if you are, you should be ashamed of what you are doing because you are following something that does not exist. Life must start somewhere. If life doesn't start somewhere, just like Jagun asked, we as human beings will create. If we can create vehicle, television, even what we're talking through now is a creation of man. Don't we think there's something higher than man that also exists somewhere? If not, the question I asked myself before becoming a Christian is, where was I before I came to this world? And I only got to know where I was from the scripture. So tell me, is there something that the man presented which you don't agree with?
No. So I think first and foremost, can I say, unfortunately, Tony has left. I don't know why. So I also will hit you, KJ, because I think you have enabled the conversation to go off track a bit. Our job is supposed to come and analyze the topic of today, not to attack people's views.
No, listen.
No, don't worry.
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to let you know that I knew I wanted. Because these things need to be balanced. That's what I just said at the end of this.
Okay, all right, no worries. I'm not saying.
Listen, hold on, Chim. If he had said before he started asking the question, I am an atheist, I won't have any problem. But if not for Jagun who pulled that out, many people who are here.
I know that Mr. James.
No, you may know, but what about the people in the comment section and people who?
Hold on, KJ. This is not an argument between me and you.
I know now, but I'm just trying to give you my own point of view now.
Okay,
all right,
so
go ahead.
The point I'm trying to make is this: I don't want us to make this thing a Chim versus Jagun or Ahame Fula versus or Pobolo. No, let's stay on issues. A lot of the time we come here and we lose valuable time where we're supposed to be dealing with issues, attacking each other. I don't think that's necessary. Tony has left because I wanted to correct an impression. When I came in here, I was the first person on this. I actually called you because I got in and the whole studio was empty. And then I called you to say, where are you now? You're not supposed to be here to deal with issues. Then you came in and I happened to be the first person to speak. So, number one, I know Pastor El-Buba not from a personal level, but I've been following his antecedents. He's been doing a good job. Like I told him, he's one of the few ministers in Nigeria today that are speaking truth to power. Fact. Nobody can say anything contrary to that. We saw his views during the election. We've seen the way he's constantly spoken up against the things happening in the Middle Belt, all those farmer versus herder issue, whether you call it Fulani terrorists versus, all those things, when a lot of people are keeping quiet. My only issue with him, not even the so-called Igbo comment he made, I'm not even going to delve into that because it's unnecessary. So I will not talk about that. The point I want to make, why I want to focus and stay on, is on the fact that a lot of ministers of the gospel, him excluded, I personally exclude him from that list, are politically correct in Nigeria. There is no glossing over it. There is no effort to try to tell me, because you see, they need to be quiet. And that in itself is the definition of being politically correct. The Bible he reads doesn't tell me that John the Baptist, which is the last prophet of the Old Testament, if we know our Bible, we know that John the Baptist is actually the last prophet of the Old Testament, that John the Baptist was being politically correct. Do we want to go to Ezekiel and the guy who was thrown into a dungeon? No, those people were political. These are people who spoke truth to power. They didn't care whose ox was God. They spoke exactly. They didn't miss what. There's no trying to say, my son, let us take it easy. Nothing like that. If Osibajo is your son and you see his government, call him and say, bro, this is not what I was doing with you when you were pastor. Why are you going there now and doing X, Y, Z? Why are we finding it difficult telling people you're doing what is wrong? So I understand he can't come here and say certain things. I'm not putting him under any pressure. But my point where I disagreed with him, respectfully, is that trying to tell me these men are doing no. I don't agree with that. There are a couple of things I also know. I've been close to a couple of ministers, so I don't want to come and be throwing names and pandering things. A lot of these ministers are politically correct. Lots of them are defending their institution, not the church. The church is not Redeemed. The church is not Shiloh. The church is not Daystar. The church is you. You are the church. I'm the church. It's the body of Christ. But aggregately, we become an ecclesiastic of the body of Christ. Lots of these people are running those things like a business. I'm not even against running it as a business. If you bring the business mind to run the church, that's good. But in doing that, do not lose the concept of what the word of God is all about. When government is doing what is not right, stand up and say, hey, Mr. Tinubu, sorry, we don't agree with you on this matter. This is wrong. How many of those men stood up to say, Mr. Tinubu, and as much as we know this is politics, and that the best hands should run. But you know what? For equilibrium, for sanity in this system, not to raise unnecessary dust and mistrust, we don't agree with this, your idea of going to pick another Muslim person from the north just because you want to win an election. That's not right. A lot of people these days believe that Redeem is an arm of APC. You're not hearing it from me for the first time. This is the concept. This is a belief in Nigeria. So when you come here, you try to deodorize one particular minister because he's an old man. People in the streets in Nigeria don't believe that. We look at this Charlie Kirk we're talking about or whatever. He was speaking up. You might disagree with him, and it's okay for us to disagree. Listen, I have always said on this show, which he said, we are all different. We all have different views. It's okay to come here and project your divergency of a view. What is not okay is for you to knock the other person and kill him. During the Lagos State, during the last election, we saw it happen. A group of people said some people should not come because their name is Shukudi. How many of those ministers did we see stand up and say, enough of this, we're not going to have this in this country? Before you and your political family came up, there has been a Lagos State. We don't see these people speak up. So it is difficult for you to tell me that those people are doing the work of God. There are things, they are dealing with it. No. Sorry. I'm not asking you to be an aluta. No, I'm not saying any minister should go and become Omoyele Showere. That's not what I'm asking you to go and be. But you need to speak up. Let your voice be heard when things are going wrong. Many of our ministers in Nigeria are not doing that. And therefore, they are complicit in what is going on, primarily, in my view, because of what they stand to gain. I do know that for a long time, a lot of churches get concessions, especially those, in my term, what I defined as prominent ministers. When their churches are important things that they need to pay taxes for, they get concessions. So sometimes they don't want to, touch on the legs of the government people because of those things they get. Let's say these things as they are. It's a fact. So
okay.
Don't come and tell me all this. That's the only place. But as for him, I'm not against him. There's nothing wrong in being a terrorist and genuinely you find faith and repent. Paul was a terrorist. Paul in the Bible was a terrorist. He defined himself as a terrorist. So I don't disagree with that. But where I disagree with him was trying to play soft with those people. And I'm the one who asked him that question. That's the only place I disagree with him because I don't agree. Many ministers in Nigeria are being politically correct. And it's not standing in the
Keja, I'm logging off, please. Good night from here.
Okay, good night, sir.
Yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, I want to say this to you, Chim. And I also want to warn short TAO. I don't know what that means. Short TAO. Please, when you come, and we like every comment, but I think you should be a bit mindful of what you say. Just like somebody said there, people like El-Buba, you don't play with them. They don't have that nonsense that you're trying to put across. Sorry to use that word. Don't tell me that if the God exists, him kill. Me sitting here, I can tell God to kill you. You know, go survive tomorrow.
You can't respond. You can't respond to everything. There are
Please
people who
don't.
come here.
No. Let's be serious.
Responding to everything.
These are the people who come here and they write all kinds of nonsense. Don't, please. You can let yourself go somewhere else. I think we are being more serious-minded than this. And you see, this is something I'm talking about. When you come, tell us who you are. If you are an atheist, then know you are discussing from that point. Don't make the other person's belief or whatever he stands look useless. We have never come here and condemned Mr. James. We have always upheld his view, whether he is saying what we believe or not. We allow him the space to practice what he thinks is right for him. Okay? Me and Ovie, look at my head. I don't have anyone, but I love Ovie. I like his view. I mean, I know there's more.
You go explain tire. You go explain tire.
No. I'm just trying to put that.
You go explain tire.
When we begin to censor people, they won't say we didn't warn them. And I don't know why Adama is not here to censor some of these comments. You know, please. All right.
Allow me to speak, sir.
The name.
All right.
The way you stress yourself. You know
Hold on. Let's allow Jagun to speak. Jagun, go ahead. And after that, I'll come back to your Pablo.
Thank you.
Bros, now my turn. Now I run away because I did for work. Now maybe give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
You've asked, and I would concede.
Please,
Mr. Chim.
Apology.
Mr. Chim.
Oh yeah. Right. My brother Revelation, he wants to speak first. Is at work.
Yeah, sorry, I did for work. You see, I did chop in and chop out. You know, I have a lot to say, but I just have 2 minutes before they call me again. You see?
Okay, go ahead now.
You see, the problem. That guy is a great guy. I know I listened from beginning to the end. But like what Mr. Chim said, the time where he come begin, they tell you, say, now church make Nigeria. Without the church, you understand? Nigeria for do waiting. In many people's view, this church of Nigeria, where as he said, oh, KJ, you know, hide your feeling. I know you be pastor. You are very happy today. You're one of our comfort station. Anything where you say, no problem. That one, we understand you. But somebody to say, no, that's true. Now, I'm a Nigerian like you now. We know now. So,
okay, Rudolph, if you are still behind this set, can you come on, please? So that you are not a pastor, so you can take over. All right, go ahead.
You know, yeah, no get time. I will come back. My time, they call me. I will come back later.
All right, go ahead, Jagun.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You know, I think you raised a good question, which certain people are either avoiding or not understanding, or they did not listen properly.
Mute yourself. Sorry, Jagun.
Or they did not listen properly to what our El-Buba was talking about. I'm speaking about the Igbo question. We know, as Nigerians, we know ourselves. I don't always understand why criticism always has to be seen as tribalism, because I don't believe that. I don't believe it. I believe that if we don't speak about these things and sweep everything under the carpet and just allow abuse to be in the air anyhow, where we are not squashing any issue. I put to this guy that I really did enjoy him. I really don't understand. I enjoyed that man. In that, I put to him my questions. He remembered them very well, and he answered. Obviously, there's time issue. He said to me, I said to him that I don't like the idea of a Muslim ticket, but that's what took place. Has there ever been a South-South ticket where a Yoruba and an Igbo would come together and run that place? I believe the example that will be set through these ethnicities would be for the whole of Nigeria. I also believe that given Nigeria's history, the prowess of the South is clear. It's clear. And then globally, if we're looking at things and numbers between the Yoruba and Igbo, we are the ones doing things in this world. For me, I don't find it difficult to criticize Yorubas. I don't find it difficult at all. At the same time, I will criticize anybody in that Nigeria because it's a mess. And it's everybody's fault that is a mess, including the Igbos. Somehow you want to exonerate yourself all of the time. It was very easy for Baba Ike here, to mention the Igbos started 419. But the thing is, he didn't ask you about the Yorubas. Why are you dragging the Yorubas in it wasn't the question. The question was about Igbos and how the way they play the game is as though they are doing themselves, even though they think they are doing others. I agree with that. I agree with it fully. We understand the way that Nigerian politics works to suppress and oppress the people. And in that Nigeria, from the oppression and suppression of the Igbos in particular, they have been able to pick themselves up as individuals and make some sense of their financial world so that they can at least exist within the family. People, the guy said the Igbos, I don't agree with him in this particular one, but he said the Igbos are financially and in terms of business, the people that should lead Nigeria. This is his thought. But you left all that out and just went to the point of negativity. And I find all this, I find it childish. I must put it to everybody. I find it extremely childish. And I believe that Nigerians in general, Igbos especially, behave in a childish manner. Igbos also, I'm putting it down there, bro. For everyone, you say what you want to say. As far as I'm concerned, there is something very emotional about the Igbo stance in Nigeria. And that emotion, I can understand. I can understand. But there's also something about the Igbos that is extremely boastful. We're all boastful in Nigeria, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. But the Igbos have an extra level of boastfulness. Just on this platform itself, if Pansak comes on here, he would first diminish all of these so-called minorities, and then he would raise the capital of the Igbos. We're about 100,000, and start talking all this one that, we leave him. We just leave him because, he can be a handful. But why? Why are you leaving him? Why don't you correct him? This is the problem I feel. You cannot critique yourselves. You don't look in the mirror. You do not look in the mirror. People were saying that, that's why I like the guy. He said Nnamdi Kanu is somebody that just spews from his mouth insults. People were now writing, Nnamdi Kanu didn't insult anybody. Nah. Rubbish. The thing that could be easily proven. Why are you objecting to the thing that is there? It's pathetic. I personally don't like it, and I would never give anyone an opportunity to run roughshod over my head. I'll stop them and I'll talk to them directly. There are few people on this platform or anywhere else that I believe that can necessarily argue me to a point where, on this issue, to a point where I don't have words. I don't want to speak about myself. It's not about me. It's not about me. It's about Nigeria. It's about the issues and problems of Nigeria. As I said, my brother Ike spoke. He spoke for a long time. All he was doing to me was pointing fingers and then creating new zones. That wasn't a question. All the thing he spoke about was not the question.
Okay. So
why do you think I finished? Why do you believe I finished?
Why do you want to ask a question that you want Ike to answer now, or have you?
No, I'm not asking Ike any question. He said what he said. I'm not asking him any questions. Okay. I heard what you said.
I agree with you. So I can move on. I agree with you. It's most difficult for people to accept their own, because most of the time we don't look in the mirror to see ourselves. We just have an imaginary view of how we look once we walk away from the mirror. So for us as Igbos, I know that one of the things that we need to learn is to be able to absorb what people are saying and go back and sit down and ask ourselves, this thing, is it really true? If it's true, we say, okay, what's the way to correct it? If it's not true, we say, well, this guy have made this point, but we have examined ourselves and it's not true. And that's the way to be a Christian.
Well, bruh. Let's not tangle issues. The question that you asked, and I think it was pertinent because it came directly from El-Buba. It came directly from him.
Yes.
He put it to us that this is the level of Nigeria. This is what's going on in the north. These are the way I see the Igbos. These are the way I see the Yorubas. He mentioned things. I told us that the first 419 is a Yoruba, which me personally, yeah, I know that's true. That's true. But that as intelligent criminality that we were the first. Wait.
You know why I'm trying to stop you, Jago? Not because I don't understand what you're saying, but I don't want us to divert it to it. The first 419 guy is a Yoruba guy, yes, but I have a cousin who is invariably from Chim's community, who worked closely with him. I won't call his name because Chim may know him. So Chim doesn't know that he made his money through 419. But it's a relation of mine, and I know him.
No, my brother. You see, we don't have to do it. Wait, Joe, please.
You are taking us away from our topic.
No, we're not. I'm speaking about the question that you put to us. It's other people that took us away from all this.
All right. Go ahead.
Brother, you see, as I mentioned this Yoruba thing, I didn't mean it as a boast. I didn't mean it as any kind of a boast that you now have to come and compete and say, there was somebody in Anambra who was better. But that's not why I mentioned that. These are the issues that I believe that Igbos have, where they have to compete on everything, and there's no balance. There isn't balance.
Okay, at this point now you lost me, Jagun. So what are you trying to say in essence?
I'm trying to say, my brother, that everything is not fight. Everything is not competition. There's got to be collaboration. And I believe if the Yoruba and Igbo collaborate, that would be a good 50% of the problems of Nigeria expunged. That's what I believe. Collaboration. Okay. Do we understand that word? Chim, for his mentionings, he didn't even want to go down there. For what reason, I'm not quite sure. But he didn't want to go down the road of speaking about Igbos and all this thing. And I'm thinking, why? When the question is there. Do we believe it's not a problem? But every week we look at the news or we look at internet and there's some problem between Igbo and Yoruba. And I'm thinking, well, we're probably the closest in our relationship than anywhere else.
That's why I think what Prophet El-Buba have raised.
Okay, sorry. Before we lose where we are, what actually led to El-Buba saying what he said? Can we remember what it was, please?
I believe it was. I don't know if it was a question I asked or somebody else. Yes, it was a question that I asked. That I said that because there has been a Muslim ticket we're living in now. It's something that has never happened in Nigerian politics. If there was a case where there is a Yoruba Igbo ticket, and I can't see why not, no matter what religion they are, why can't we, in a case like Nigeria, why can't these two people come to the fore? Whoever is the prime and whoever is the vice prime.
Okay, so but Jack, that was not what led to, it was not your question that led to, that comment he made was just a bit of a statement to explain something bigger he was talking about.
Yes, he went on. He did go on to tell us that he believes it's the turn of the Igbo, and the fact that the Igbo have a skill of business and development, that if they were the leader, for this time dispensation.
Okay, my point being, sorry to cut you short, no intention to. My point being is, I think we've taken a minor issue he mentioned in passing, and we've elevated it to the main concept of what we're discussing.
No. I don't believe that it's something.
I think so.
Well, you may think so, which is fair. However, wait,
Bros,
please wait.
is
I haven't
drowning
finished.
out every other thing that is constructive.
No, because KJ would ask a new question. Because you don't want to tackle it.
No,
there are five. There are five.
True.
Wait, there are 5 other people, including KJ as the moderator here, who may want to look at it. In fact, KJ, I don't know if it's bravely or what, but he brought the question to the table, and me, I want to look at it. I want to look at it because
nobody's saying, Jack, hold on. No one says you shouldn't look at it. Go ahead and look at it. For instance, now in you looking at it, you're questioning why I don't want to look at it.
No. It's fair enough. That's fair enough. I said he didn't. I said that you didn't want to look at it, and fair enough. No problem.
And you said you don't know why. That's what you said.
Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's better. I said you don't know.
My point being is this. There is no time we are going to come here and we reduce our conversations to ethnic issues.
I don't believe it's a reduction.
Can I just land on that point, please?
No. What you can do is wait for your turn. Let me finish and let my man do our moderation. Because
I will
round up now, and I thank you.
No, fair enough. Fair enough. Go ahead.
Yes, fair. Let him finish.
Thank you. I'll round up now, and I thank everybody for listening. I believe that this is a very important issue. I also believe that whilst we've had extremely bad leaders in Nigeria from every tribe, and most especially the North, we have also had I believe that because of what has happened in the South, because of the level of our education, because of the fact that we are the ones who are keeping Nigeria awake in terms of the culture, because the culture of the North is Islamic. That is not a Nigerian culture. As much as we are Christians in the South, we can clearly see that we are Igbo, Yoruba, Ishekiri, wherever it is that we are from. We can, all the people in the South hold their ethnicity and their culture of their ethnicity. And that's what makes Nigeria shine. If you're blind, that's the thing that makes Nigeria shine. So I'm saying to you, sir, and everybody else on the stage, that if the Igbo and Yoruba, because the Igbos and Yorubas, or our rhetoric between each other, for me, largely it's bullshit. Because what it is that we know, this is what we know. We know that one way or the other, through education, through commerce, through intellectual prowess, through what we hold under our ground, through the history of our country economically, it's the South. It may change tomorrow to the North, but since Nigeria has begun, it's been the South. So I think it's incumbent for us to stop this boasting that we do and to be very responsible with what's in our hands. I don't believe that we Yoruba and Igbo particularly, are all responsible with what's in our hands. I'll point there. How can you do this, Chim? You can't do that. You can't be that rude.
Excuse me, Jack, what are you talking about? What did I do to you?
I believe that you are calling KJ in the middle of.
You should hold KJ for keeping his volume up. Why are you holding me to that?
Okay, I just felt that was a bit strange that I'm finishing my roundup and you're discussing with Chim. I don't know why you're calling him, but he's there in front of us. We're all here together. Fair enough. That's the end of what I have to say.
Jagun, Chim is a member.
Don't get upset for nothing, Chim. I'm not trying to upset you.
Okay, Chim is a moderator, and I have to go somewhere. I'm asking Chim if he can stand in. That if you want to know what I'm talking about, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I didn't want to stop the program to talk about that. But now I brought it to the platform. That's what I was asking Chim.
Okay, so I'm not in the studio fully. I'm not in the back end. So when it's time to shut it, that's where I have a problem. I don't have a problem in moderating. But
yeah, before you shut down, call me. I will either come or I will ask Rudolph to shut down.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, if you just text me before you shut down, then I will have come back before then. But if not for traffic, I will have come back, I'm sure.
Okay. Just that's the only thing I have, because if I need to go leave here, I don't want to be struggling on how to shut this thing down.
Yes, no. If you want to shut down, just text me or give me a call. I will call. Okay. I'll call or I'll log in and shut it down. All right. No. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. This I have to say very slowly. My landlord has a Thanksgiving, he wants to go and do. I know as a tenant, I have to go there and support and dance your one bit before I'm going through that. So please, if you don't mind, let me go and give my support and come back immediately, not too far away from where I'm living. Thank you so much. I will connect you guys very shortly. Thank you, and I appreciate it. Look, let's know one thing. Nigeria, if we need to go forward, and that's the thing I keep saying, it's not about tribe. If we need to go forward, we must sit down and tell ourselves pertinent, truth. Let me put it that way. There's no question, no country that builds one person playing, boju with the other person. You are saying this thing in front of us. You are doing something behind us. We must all come to a level playing ground. And El-Buba, Prophet El-Buba, made that clear today. I have followed his ministry for long, and everybody, some people at least, even the government circle, fear him. Okay, because he will tell you right to your face, and majority of the Christians from the north are that fearless, because each day of their life that they go to the place of gathering, they are going there not knowing whether they will come back. That's the truth. I'm just telling you, I walked on that area till tomorrow. You are not sure whether you are going to go and come back to your house. So it's like each day when you are going to church outside of your house, you are taking your last communion. If you come back, fine. If you don't come back, it's okay. And that is why they are bold, they are fearless when they decide to act, And that's one of the things that has made Nigeria beautiful. If not, the story may have been different. Thank you, guys. Femi, you're welcome.
Okay, another thing is, I can't bring in anybody. Anybody who's in the studio is the only people we're going to have. Anybody who's not in the studio, sorry, I can't bring you in.
Okay, right now there's nobody in the studio. But you know what I'll do? I will log in with my phone and see if I can have control from there, and I can bring in people.
Fantastic.
Yes. All right.
Okay, so Jago, go ahead if you want to complete so that we can go to Femi.
I've completed though.
Okay, so Femi, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Please,
actually, it was OVA after me.
And we can always come back to OVA. OVA is a landlord here, so Femi just got in.
Let him go. Let him go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll let OVA go, please.
Okay, OVA, floor is yours.
I know the Femi won't copy me. That's fine. No copy my name, John. Where we they serve? We have gone zigzag. But I say I don't want to talk about the man of God before.
Bros, we haven't gone zigzag. If you ask KJ what the subject matter is, he will tell you.
No. I know we are analyzing the Simon that we receive. Today. So, and I said I don't really want to focus on the man of God because I don't want me thunder strike me from anywhere, because that one is now. But listen to us, and they always talk, say the leaders that we have now, those in charge now, that's in our child's play. Those who are coming, they are dangerous, and now we will produce them. I believe two things can be true at the same time. It is true that God made everybody different. Everybody, doesn't even be twins, they're different. And even the man of God, the pastor, said it that when they discuss how Angel Gabriel form an alliance and collaboration with a coalition with Angel Isaac, they defeat devil. He was focusing on will, that even God give everybody will when he was trying to. I don't know why they attack Mr. James. Everybody give everybody will. But for some reason, I don't think, whether we don't understand it, doesn't mean anything to us. Does it matter who the person asking question is? If it's not audition, we are not asking for a job. Does it matter who or what that person is? If it's just to ask a question. Because it's as if it's hard for people to just actually comprehend that. It doesn't matter who that person is. Either not devil, no, it's a question. And the fact that the man is at liberty to either answer or say whatever he wants, it's still something that I don't understand why people still don't understand where we are coming from. Somebody just gets shot because of opinion, but they keep another person right in front of us, they shoot them bullets because he is different or he has different opinion. So I fear for the kind what we are evolving to. That's one. Two, every organized people, doesn't matter where or what the agenda is, they have two things in common. They're after power and they will kill to achieve that power. That's what history teach me. From Christianity to Muslim to you name it. If you don't agree with them or you don't see their view, death always comes first. Then a physical death, they'll chop your head off, do whatever. But now, they don't, I don't know, when magnetize us, they don't brainwash us. So we don't even see when we are actually destroying, killing somebody that just different or that have a different view. So it's something that I'm worried about because again, if you listen carefully, hardly you go see 1 or 2 out of 3 people that will speak that will not stay focused either on religion, on Igbo or this. And we wonder how this man during election will come, they will say this is how it's going to be and it happened. Because then they take our temperature, what we talk about. And I was really not happy. I was not happy with Dr. Damage yesterday because allow me, push back on what he said. That all our media is being cushioned, is being sponsored from outside. People, we don't understand how dangerous that is. And we wonder why would they always argue? Why every conversation will always end up being tribal, religion, day. It's not normal. I just go every platform. It's not normal. Something is wrong. Just the way and we won't collaborate. How is that going to happen? The only way it can happen if we have one interest, which is either involve power, but that's the only way me and you will get anything we want. And we are ready to kill to achieve that. So listening to us, how the man can go, we turn the argument to ourselves. We turn the points to ourselves in attempts to force people to believe or see things your way. We don't even see that. That's how greedy and forceful we are individually. In our job, because we just want everybody to see things in our own way. That means God is stupid. That's what we are saying to ourselves. That the man that we claim to know is very stupid for making us different. Or we are not civilized if we cannot coexist with that differences. Because even Noah Harari, the author of Sapien, quoted that the major difference between we and every other animal is that we human beings can come back in hundreds, tens, millions and build stuff and do something. Build towns, build city, build bomb, kill ourselves. Now only us we do it. But for the fact that we as Nigeria cannot get our act together, how much are we above every other animals? If let's make the research of it. So we spend the last 2 hours trying to say, oh, they were waiting this person talk. You're not supposed to talk. Nobody said before, like the leaders, they have so much time. They know they work. They just sit down, they collect data, right? Where which one come more into this conversation?
Round up your contributions, please.
Thank you. So we should. That's why I say I say I'm sister. I will debate anybody. The incoming leaders are dangerous. But they are all product of USAID. They are product of USAID. Either they don't graduate or they be students, but every one of us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring in Femi, I just wanted to say something. And I agree with you. You don't have to I'm a Christian. I'm not an atheist. I believe in Jesus Christ. And not only do I believe in that, I believe in everything about him, which is why last week when another intellectual was here and said that some of the people who wrote the scriptures did not meet Jesus Christ in person, and I was like, are you kidding me? But I didn't want to argue, and they still didn't tell me how that is true. But I just left that. But you know, over time I've come to this show, and I keep saying to us here, it is okay for people to hold views that you don't agree with. You don't have to call anybody names or stupid or whatever because they don't share your views. That Jesus Christ, for instance, that Bishop El-Buba represents as a minister, had conversations and disagreements with the Pharisees. He didn't shut any of them down. He didn't shut any of them down. He would let them make their point, and he would take them and then break down, kind of pull down whatever it is they were building with his own facts. And sometimes he left them stupid with the way he responded to them and answered them. I find that those of us who are in this era, the moment you just don't agree with someone, you pull a gun of words against the person, and all that. I don't think that's true. Why don't you show that person how wrong his views are with your superior views? Show it. That's what I want to see. So I just wanted to say that because I agree with you what you said. Let Mr. James come here. He's an atheist. Fine. I have known that Mr. James is an atheist. I have no problem with him. He's not going to stop me from, if I am stranded in Gambia, for instance, and I have nowhere else to go, and I am able to reach Mr. James, and I will go and sleep in Mr. James' house.
If he allows you.
Well, no, it's up to him. If I call him and he says don't come, that's a different subject altogether. But I will reach out to him because at least he's the only person I know. That's the point I'm making. And ditto anybody here, if I get somewhere and I find myself stranded and it is Ovie's house that I'm going to sleep in, even though they say Ovie smokes ganja, I don't know. That's their business. Ovie is here. I know if it does not smoke ganja.
Oh, they smoke and my problem I get with it.
Okay, but I go sleep. But the point I'm making is saying, at your house I go sleep if I get stranded for where you stay. Whether they smoke ganja or not, that will not concern me. At your house I go stay. That's
well,
the
if you
point.
come now, I know get house.
Okay, that inside that your car where you did. Then we go copy space inside that car.
So I get your point.
Yes, exactly. I know you understand. So I just think sometimes let's just be human enough to realize that some of these things, I didn't make myself an Igbo man. Jagu didn't make himself a Yoruba man. I don't understand why sometimes we go juggling over these things. Yes, we can have those conversations, but at the core, I always tell myself, I could have been born a Hindu. It's possible. Somehow I would have just been born in India, somewhere in Bombay, and answering Ranjiv or whatever it is. So sometimes we need to be cautious about these issues. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't hold your views. It doesn't mean you shouldn't hold your values. Hold those values, defend them. But in defending them, don't pull a gun on someone and take his life. That's just my view. It's not worth it. There's no reason.
Sorry, Chim. I'm trying to listen to you and understand your warning, but I don't believe that we here have reached that. Are you talking about what's taking place with this gentleman?
No, but Jago, we have reached there. The difference is some of us, because we are virtual. Sometimes people have gotten to the point that if they were physical, they will harm themselves. Let's be honest with ourselves.
This is what I say to what you are saying, is that, you see, we really have to take stock of the world that we are living in. The world that we are living in is violent. The utterances that we have, there is such a thing as violent speech. Now, when you are speaking about very touchy subjects, which as human beings, we have to be intelligent and intellectual enough to have difficult conversations. That's where we are. Difficult conversations. And we have to have it in such a way that we promote peace. We promote truth. However, there are two sides of this. If me and you are discussing, we could reach a point because we're having a discussion really poorly. And the point that we reach is that we don't want to talk to each other anymore. We don't want communication. And communication is all we have as human beings. Now, if there are two strands. We either walk away and have no communication, or we go to violence. That is the reality of the world that we are living. Wait, bros.
No,
That
Jack,
is
sorry,
the
no, that's not.
no. I'm just saying, please let me put it to you, sir.
But you've been speaking.
I beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon. I know I've been speaking, but all I'm saying is that whilst I am entertaining what you're saying, I think sometimes, bros, we've really got to understand we're living in a violent world. This ain't about Nancy Pansy. It's not about that. You can speak as much of what you're speaking right now. Violence is coming before us. As a Christian, you know that. You know it. I don't.
I agree with you. So, Jago, listen, I understand what you're saying, but in the nuance of what you're explaining, where if we're having a conversation and we don't get to a melting point, we're disagreeing. You said we have two options: walk away, or we engage in a fisticuff.
Yes, I'm saying that's what happened with communication.
I'm saying that we can do those two. One of them I don't agree with. There's a third one. And that third one is to walk away for a while, cool-headed, go review what it is we were disagreeing about, and then come back and have another conversation. How does that sound?
I agree with that.
That's what Mr. James did.
So
I agree with that.
That's where humanity has a problem. People don't seem to realize I can disagree with you right now doesn't mean you're my enemy. But I go back and review what you just said. And if I have the humility enough to come back and say, you know what, Jago, yes, I just had a big, tough conversation with you, but I see where you're coming from.
Indeed. And that's what intelligent people will do, I believe.
So why can't we just do that?
Because, there's such a thing as ego. And that ego that we have as human beings, of which in the whole planet, I have the least. It's corrosive. It's very corrosive.
Okay, so let's hear from Femi. Thank you, Shegun. If I'm in Scotland, I'll let you know. And if I'm stranded, go ahead, Femi.
Thanks for giving me the time.
I was actually enjoying the back and forth between yourself and Jagun right now, because part of what I was going to start with, you've actually taken it out of me, so I don't even know where else to go to.
Please, we'd like to hear from you, sir. Either way.
Okay. So I'll paraphrase it by something my elder sister said once, and because I believe like what Dr. Damages tries to do, and I've said this a couple of times as well, just to reinforce my own thoughts as well about how we're interconnected. Whatever happens in every other part of the world, you can't diffuse it from your local leanings, because we're humans before anything else. And I've been doing a lot more reading and from people and listening to people that I feel are a lot more experienced in terms of being able to be dispassionate when it comes to airing their ideas. Because taking it from yesterday, for example, with the conversations, because I was watching as I was doing my own thing yesterday, the topics that, especially when it came to the guy that got assassinated recently. I always like to think that, personally, I feel I'm still trying to get better at this though. I always like to think that I am capable of going back, just like you said, Chim, to try and sit down. Even if I do not like what people are saying, because we're all emotional. And even though we all have different ways of being able to rationalize things and being able to like curb our experiences, if you will. And I like to, so a lot of times when I try to see if I can, how best I can remove the messenger from the message and see that even if I'm being criticized for something I do personally, especially when it's 2-3 people that do not know me, they've never met each other. The reason why I say this is that just like you alluded, one of the things that the prophet said, there was a couple of things the pastor said that I do not necessarily agree with. And I will start with even the issue of religion now. Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, whatever. I remember the first time when I took this general, I think we call it GNS or GN, whatever, depending on what school you went to in Nigeria. And one of the courses I took dealt with philosophy and then religion, starting from African traditional religion down to Islam and Christianity.
GNS.
So yeah, I promise you, up until that point, I've been hearing all kind of things, and you know, sometimes when you hear things that you do not like, even if they're real, if you're not careful, there's a tendency for you know to want to like try to at least research or try to at least accept the fact that some of those things, as much as you don't like them, that these things actually happened, because you can't divert from reality. You know, it's something I've fought with growing up, even though I also question things, right? Now, one of the things I now read, that this was the first time in my life I actually came to the realization I had to accept the fact that even Christianity, which even me myself I profess, has its own violent beginnings. I mean, it was so difficult to, some of the heinous things I read about, even away from the kind of things I read that happened during the Roman Empire, and even the way the Protestants that came from England to America, the kind of things they did, they did it in the name of religion, all the way down to slavery and what have you. I say this to say that also plus Malfoy, also when you include the fact that again, I'm one of those that somehow I pride myself in growing up in Kaduna initially and not knowing what it meant to be necessarily to be Muslim, Christian, pagan, whatever. Again, it fits into the narrative that we're born who we are. It doesn't, I could have, just like you said, I could have been Igbo, whatever. And I've said this often before. One of my very best friend is Igbo. I have had to go babysit his child several times. Even his wife, there's times we've had this, what we consider difficult conversations. Yes, even though we don't try to like couch these things. I was surprised the day she told me herself that the person that really helped her several times over when in a time of need was a Yoruba guy. My uncle, he used to be a fervent Christian and pastor. I'm trying to speak to sensibilities here now. He used to be a very fervent pastor. He was a top senior Air Force officer before he left. The day we had this kind of conversation, he told me that most of those that betrayed him are people that you would think are the holiest Christians and pastors in the world. And most of those that have helped him are actually Northerners, Igbos, Edoites, and Muslims. Let that sink in. I only wanted to share this because, you know, in the face of new evidence, because we all have our own biases. It's a normal thing. We're human. In the face of new evidence, I don't have a problem, like even Jaguar alluded to, with lowering ego, because a lot of what I feel happens with humanity, and which is where I see we're all interconnected. Again, which tags back to what happened with Kirk. As much as I may not have agreed with a lot of what he said, I still don't feel he deserved to go to this point. But overall, when you look at the greater world as well, and humanity through the times, right from time immemorial, there's one common thread. A lot of things tie down to some of the things that we've experienced historically. You can even tie that to slavery. You can tie that to all kinds of things. After all, even at home, why is it that all of a sudden we're having even higher rates of divorce? It's like there's so much intolerance. It seems to grow by the day. These are just the kind of things I think as I listen and I try to, I hope even me myself, I become a better person as well.
Sorry, are you done, Femi?
Yes.
Okay, just before we move to Tony, I'm going to skip you and go to Stay Humble for a reason, because he just got in. But before we go to Stay Humble, you see, like what you just simply said and trying to summarize a little bit is the fact that why we're having a couple of these intolerances is because in the new age we find ourselves, people don't want to discuss. Discussions used to be something that was known to be a way of passing ideas. People are afraid of discussing. People feel anybody who has a superior capacity to communicate, you feel powerless in the face of those people. And I don't understand why. You understand? Rather than building yourself to be able to say, okay, I'm having a conversation with Jagu. Jagu is very powerful with words. Jagu knows how to express himself. When he's done, then I'll put my points together and counter him. You get frustrated because you think you can't stand Jago's capacity to speak. Then the next thing is you pull a dagger, you pull a gun, you look for a way to eliminate the person or whatever it is you want to do. Same thing when it comes to the marriages. People feel frustrated. Oh, this person, and then it's okay, I'm done. I'm done. No. Sit down, have a conversation. And I'm not saying there are no good reasons to say, okay, everybody find your tent to Israel. There are good points for that. Nonetheless, people should learn that in dealing with your fellow human beings is about communication. It's about someone says stuff to you, you defend yourself. Listen, even in the workplace, I used to be an apostle of when they just tell you something, you take it. Until I started fighting back. But I started learning that in the workplace is not an emotional environment. The workplace is a place of ideas. So even when you're fighting back, if you come out fighting back in an emotional way, you will lose the battle also. But rather, what would you do? Your boss tells you stuff. Okay, thank you, I've heard. He keeps knocking you. One day you say, boss, do you want me to be in this job or not? Seems to me like the only thing you find in me is fault. That's defending yourself. That's communicating. You throw it back at him. That way he knows that all he gives you is negative feedback. He will pull back. But if you keep taking all his, Femi, you didn't do this right today. Oh, Femi, no. You need to look for a way to be able to be strong enough to give feedback, communicate, give it back to the boss in a respectful manner that he would know that you were respectful, but you stood your ground. Feeling powerless is what leads people to want to harm the other. It is feeling powerless that makes you say the other person shouldn't vote because you feel these guys have enough number to outnumber us when they vote. So because you want to shut them down, you carry machete, go and destroy ballot boxes. That's what leads to it. But if you realize that today, if they win, I'll go back and recalibrate, re-engineer my own people, and then we'll come back next time in the vote. You will get back. That is what basically this guy did during the last election. He went back and started trying to sermonize other people to get conservatives to come back and vote, which is why he has lost his life today, technically speaking, if you ask me. Because he went against fighting certain things he didn't believe in, but with words, with communication, going to town halls. That's the way it should be. That's the way it should be. I don't think we should ever stop talking. We should ever stop, discussing with people rather than feeling powerless and thinking that because the other person has not been able, then you have to go and kill them. I don't think that's the best way to go about it. That being said, stay humble, please. The floor is just before. Revelation has come back. So go ahead, stay humble.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's nice to be back here. I almost forgot that today is 90 minutes Africa, and I didn't check the topics earlier, even for yesterday's. And
so you want to remind them of what we're discussing, or you got it?
No. I watched the program.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, saying that I didn't remember earlier in the day. Yeah, but when I remembered, I immediately tuned in. I watched Prophet El-Buba, who I've known for maybe up to 2 decades now. Yeah. So I really enjoyed the discussion, and I think he highlighted some of the things that I would have wanted to ask him. I wanted to come in, but the way the whole thing was being rushed, I knew that I wouldn't meet up with it. Yeah, but it was very interesting. And yeah, since then I've followed a bit the conversations following, and they've been very brilliant. I am not going to talk about communication or philosophy or whatever. I don't have time for those ones. Or religion or those debates raging at the moment. But what I gleaned from his conversation was that, when he was asked about, he made a lot of very good points, very brilliant points, really. And yeah, I think some people didn't really know him and what he's done in Nigeria. He's been in the picture for quite some time now, and he's a very radical person. When Mr. James asked the question and he reacted, he probably didn't expect that reaction, because he thought that Prophet Isa El-Buba was your everyday, preacher who will be very calm, and gentle and try to, yeah, but he came out quite fiercely, which shook James a bit. That's him. He's quite radical. Since I've known him, he's a radical preacher. And if you want to survive in the north, to be honest, the Christianity in the north, in northern Nigeria, where I served, is different from what it is in the south. Because there's a lot of persecution, yeah, especially from the Muslims and the rest. So you really need to be on ground. You really need to have very strong convictions. So when you see them, they're quite radical, and you know, um, yeah, I think he demonstrated that today. But some other things that he did say, yeah, especially when he was asked about Nigeria. Yeah, what he answered wasn't a surprise to me, because you discover that the people that seem to believe in Nigeria the most are the so-called minorities. The so-called major ethnic nationalities in Nigeria do not believe in Nigeria. Yes, and I would justify that easily, because Nigeria, like I've always said, is just a business venture of the colonialists, and it probably will never work. And that is not to say that Nigerians cannot come together and jettison all these mundane sentiments and try to work out things in a structure or a setting that will work for everyone. Not what we have now. What we have now is just a mess, right? So they can come together and say, okay, look, how do we even want to coexist and work out things for themselves? But you discover that the major ethnic nationalities in Nigeria do not believe in Nigeria. Um, the major one in the north, they just see Nigeria as a tool for self-aggrandizement. Um, even the Westerners do not believe in Nigeria, but they still see they are political actors, not your normal Yoruba person. Also, they are political actors in Nigeria as a platform, also for self-gain, aggrandizement, and the rest of them. The people that actually believe in Nigeria are the so-called minorities. They're the people that always fight for the one Nigeria. So whenever you ask them, even when Dr. Harun Agoro was here, he echoed some colonialist. It is very annoying, and very stupid. If Nigerians, if nationalities were to be independent or autonomous, that they will kill themselves, which is very infantile and very, very silly. But it's a colonialist sentiment, fueled by your BBC, your Voice of America, what have you. And over the decades, that has come to sink in to the minds, especially the so-called elders, the so-called middle-aged people. And, they always say, oh, that if these people if Yorubas were to be on their own, they will kill themselves. That doesn't make sense at all. But you see people who we even respect echoing those preposterous sentiments. Yeah. So when he repeated that, it wasn't a surprise to me, because that's what they always would say. Um, um, what else? Regarding the religious aspect of it, because this country is very funny. Over time, we've read and we've seen, people say, we've heard as oh that the problem of Nigeria is pastors, the problem of Nigeria is this, the problem of Nigeria is that, without even people mentioning the real problems, that Nigeria itself is not even independent. So the people that are holding you in chains are very happy for you to keep on beating about the bush, to keep on chasing shadows, to continue to point at irrelevant things, to continue to blame this person, blame that other person, say is so ethnic groups, the other ethnic group is the pastors, is the this one, is that. Those are not the problems. The problem is that we are not independent, and Nigeria is not the only country that is being affected by this Malay. Other countries are in chains, and I believe that with what is happening now in the Western world, with this far right nonsense that is going on. Yesterday there was a massive protest in London, and people were calling for immigrants to go, to go. So there was a time when slave trade was legal. It was okay for slavery and slave trade to continue. It was okay at some point for racism. It was legal. It was in the law. So there'll be a time when even there will be nothing like illegal migration, because people will discover, that every human being on earth has the right to move to any part of the world, provided they are human beings. You see, so these things are in phases, these things are in stages. So with this far right nonsense going on, I think the time will come when young Africans, so-called intellectuals, will realize that, look, they need to galvanize effort and fight for, the liberation of their continent. And I think that's when we actually make, the progress that we all desire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, stay humble. But there's something you alluded to that I'm thinking maybe we should pivot into in this conversation, and not unless anybody still has a lot to say when it comes to this
Please,
thing.
Jim, if you give me just 5 minutes so that I will just sign out finally, please.
Okay, all right. Let's hear Revolution, then we'll come back to Tony, and then I'll say what I wanted to say. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry for the interruption, man. You see, it's just unfortunate when people like this brother came today, that day are they very busy. So I cannot put a question to him. I cannot even make my own suggestion. But thank you for these 5 minutes to just land and then leave. This guy, despite the fact that, some people were trying to praise him. He's from the north. He changed. Because I'm still trying to defend Mr. James. He asked him a question. Because the problem Nigeria is facing today, no matter where we come from, trying to, like my brother who just finished now, that he still believes that we are still in chains, that the white man is still our problem. That one is his opinion. Me, I never believed that. Black people, we know our problem, especially Nigeria. We know the greed among being a black man, especially Nigeria, that greed, we know it. So anybody will say, now white man being problem, or we never free, he has the opinion, I respect it. The problem waiting vex me when everybody or that guy was not able to answer James, even allow James to land. I've seen the defense where they give him, the northern people, the Christians in the north, their religion is so hostile, that is why they are all hostile. My brother, we leave that matter for another topic. But the thing is, the problem of Nigeria are consequences. That guy committed an offense. They say Saul turned to Paul, no be so. But they forgot to say God punished Paul by blinding Saul. He was blinded first before he can be able to repent. He did not repent just for nothing. God blinded him. According to my memories of that, when people start comparing that guy from Saul to Paul, God punished him. Which punishment they don't give that guy for the things where he do? Okay, now you don't turn to Christ. Okay, Nigeria now, religion. As far as you don't do, okay, everybody go to hail you. They sponsor people, they give scholarship. I don't like wasting time because it's just going up and down. They go up and down. I want to just end by telling these Christians or these religious people, the education of Nigeria today where they destroy, who don't hold them accountable? Because it's these Christians inside these churches where make religion education for Nigeria now become very, very expensive. And the only people that can afford it are their politicians' friends, because they work hand in hand. They will open one church for one corner. The next thing where it goes through, they go open school. Those days they started with kindergarten. Now they've gone up to university. And what do, Mr. Chim? They go back to the public schools where their politicians refuse to pay the salaries of those teachers in the public school where they themselves attend. He was saying it here that he was getting transportation, they was getting bursary when he was going to public schools. They refused to fight for the problem happening in the public schools. Say teachers know they get money. Instead, they decided to say they are helping Nigeria by creating their own schools, so that the teachers were there for the public school, dedicated teachers, whether you pay them or not, they went back there, took those dedicated teachers to their private school, and those public school today is just in shambles. This is what I hate. I have against anybody who is saying be pastor. I don't dislike them, but I don't want, if the revolutionary comes to power in Nigeria, I will tell them that these churches they have to examine most of them. And I asked a question here, I don't know who was here on that place. I asked them, say, do these churches pay taxes in Nigeria? I remember one brother who told me, no, they are registered as NGOs. Can you imagine how rich these churches are and they are not paying any tax to Nigeria? They own the best, one of the most expensive universities in Nigeria are owned by them. And they are registered as NGO, paying nothing to the government. They don't contribute anything to Nigeria. So when these people come now telling us that they are giving scholarship to people, you saw him trying to pride himself, arrogancy, how the children are first class students. He said it 5 to 15 times here. I was like, bro, we don't know now. So when we are talking about, I wanted to really say something about our Christianity in Nigeria. They have a problem that nobody is talking about. They have a big problem, causing a big problem in Nigeria. Nobody wants to talk about it because Nigeria believes, say, oh, God will do everything. He was saying that he doesn't believe in violence, revolution. Tell me where in this world they don't do revolution where no they violent? Where in this world have they done any revolution? That Buhari ruled Nigeria for how many years? The Northerners, whether Christian or Muslim, they did not give him 1 year to change or they remove him. Now the West the Southerners have taken the power now. They are giving Tinubu, despite the fact I don't like that man, he didn't win the election. Now they are giving him 1 year. If you not change, they go rush to the street. Did they give Buhari any ultimatum, say what you are doing, we're going to do this? Double standards, Let me end there. Thank you for the time, Jim and everybody. Good night.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I was trying to get into the studio as a moderator. That way I can now. That's what so now I can actually stay here because I've managed to get in. All right. Unfortunately, he has gone. We can't ask him any questions. So I will go straight to Tony. But Tony, before I speak, in case you want to pivot this way, Stay Humble said that the ethnic minorities are the ones who crave one Nigeria. I don't know. I've heard that before, but I don't know to what extent any of us agrees. That's one. Two is there's a video I have. I'm going to see if I can find it, and then I'll play it, of this Nigerian guy who was analyzing 2027. He has his own conspiracy about how 2027 is going to go. And he was analyzing it from the perspective of a Tinubu trying to galvanize the South because he feels he has lost a hold of the North and that the votes from the North might not come to him. And how that in playing that the powers that be, colonial powers that be, are in support of a Tinubu presidency, and they would block the northern. I hope I can find that. But the point he was trying to make is that everything that is going on in Nigeria today is because the British literally are in control of what is going on, and that this is what they want. They don't want anything that's going to rock the boat. And that if the North chooses to fight that process, they will remind them that for many years, they have also been the ones propping them to leadership. So I don't know if it's fair enough for us to pivot this way so that we, have some more healthy conversation. So, Tony, you want to go ahead first?
Okay, thank you, Kim, and greetings to everybody again. I was off for a while and then came back. First of all, the question you asked me concerning what Stay Humble said. I mean, he made a general statement, so I don't know the context in which he's speaking. So maybe if he is able to clarify that, then
I
we
can
can go
help
there.
you. Well, he's here, but I can help you to make it easy so that we don't waste time. One is he was trying to give his own perspective on the guest today. And he was saying that in everything Bishop El-Buba said, he could see that Bishop El-Buba was still rooting for a one Nigeria, believing that Nigeria would get better and all that. So his submission from this is that based on what he has observed, that is based on what Stay Humble has observed, that many of the people who continuously push for what Stay Humble believes to be this defective Nigeria, and believing that it will get better, are people from the ethnic minority, especially those from the northern part of the ethnic minorities. And he mentioned what's that other man who spoke a lot about Mr. Gobe, who during the election was speaking a lot for in support of Peter Obi.
Dr. Guru.
Gore. So thank you very much.
Well, all I can say is that if he's speaking in terms of this contraption called Wazobia, which tends to give the impression that Nigeria is made up of just Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba, I think that's unfortunate because that, in a sense, is part of what has been bringing us down. Because Nigeria is a multi-ethnic country, and there are more ethnic groups than Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa. So that thinking is, I think, is obsolete. It's something we have to do out, because if you put all the ethnic minorities together, they far outnumber, Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo put together. So to that extent, we have the impression that I have never seen them. What we're talking about today is, an Igbo man has not become the president. Well, nobody is saying a Kanuri man has not become the president. Nobody is saying somebody from a Tiv man has not become the president, and so on and so forth. That kind of a thing. So once it is Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, if you like Hausa Fulani, then it gives the impression that you satisfied all the groups. If that's the context from which you're speaking, I think it makes sense, to think that way, because the ethnic minorities are the ones that are actually, feeling the brunt of all this politicking that we're doing. But that's an aside. I think that, speaking about, our topic today, which is focused on Buba, I think we are missing the point, because if you look at the topic, what he's saying is moral crisis in Nigeria and the cause of choosing to be silent or something like that. That's the focus. That's the issue. The issue is not religion. The issue is not Buba. Buba just happened to be a guest. And so when we begin to shift this to squash, and begin to, even move it away from the issues and become very personal, because to say that Buba was very radical is not. I listened to it and I played it back when I went off. I wanted to play it back to see what Mr. James said. He was not talking about issues. He was attacking his personality. That's a different thing. That's not criticism. He was attacking his personality. And you can see the reaction of Dr. Damages, in trying to moderate and, trying to bring him, that's not communication. That's not good communication. And when we begin to pick Christianity, every time we talk about it, there are people here in this panel who just have a hatred for Christianity and pastors. And they have exhibited it often and on. But nobody's talking about Islam. Nobody's talking about traditional African religion. Nobody's talking about, other religions, Shintoism, Taoism, Confucianism. There are Nigerians, Buddhism. There are people who hold those faiths. Nobody's talking about them. And then the tendency is always to heap They blame on Christianity. They are the ones that are ruining this country. They are the ones that have done this. They are the ones that have done it. That I find unacceptable. That cannot be correct. And there is no way what I heard Buba say is the interventions that he has done in the light of the challenges that Nigeria, we see in Nigeria, and how he has taken risk even to his life, and he spoke about his family and the challenges that his family have had to face as a result of the challenges that he's facing. The various interventions he's done with his money, and the people that he's been able to, assist, schools and so on. He was not speaking as a minister, even though he is a minister, but he was strictly tackling the issues, that are bedeviling Nigeria, how they have, tried to bribe him and so on and so forth. So and it tallies with the topic that we have, the moral character. So when someone now begins to question, issues about, whether he truly has been converted, or whether, how we sure and all that, that for me is totally outside the point. It's outside the point. It's not. It shouldn't be a subject of discussion. If you want to tackle him on specific issues based on, the topic, as we know here, that's an entirely different issue. So that for me, that's why I made, I said the things I said, because we are actually moving away from the focus of our discussion. The discussion is that Nigeria has a problem, and that people are not speaking out. Some people decide to keep quiet. Some people decide to risk their lives and to speak out, and not just speaking out, to also mobilize people, to protest, to spend money, risk their lives, put their children in front of, on the line. And I think that that's a character that we should emulate if we really believe in changing Nigeria, even for those who think that, we need a revolution. So I don't. This is my position, and so I don't. Much as that's why I said that if you are looking for saints in the church, you are looking for perfect people in the church, you are making a mistake, because the church has never been. Jesus didn't come for perfect people. No, it's very clear in the scriptures. Those who are well don't need a physician. So it's quite clear, if you go to the church, what you will find is people who are imperfect, but whose imperfections have been forgiven. It's clear. So when people begin to pick on this pastor and that pastor, and feel that, the problem that we are facing in Nigeria is the church, or is the colonial people, Yes, there are problems. We've had problems with the church, some people in the church, not the church, because you can't just generalize. We had problems, with colonialism. But this is how many years since colonialism? 65 years. And we're still talking about colonialism. When we see that there are other countries that were colonized and they move far ahead of us, and we're still talking about roads, fixing roads, talking about holding an election, when people are using AI and doing great things, and using technology to do quite a lot of things. Even Rwanda, that went through this bitter experience. Today they are doing flying cars. Nigeria is still there, just trotting, and we're discussing this useless and things that will not benefit anybody, So I mean, that's why I feel that, what happened today shouldn't have happened, because even if you disagree with someone, there's nothing wrong with it. But your communication, the way you communicate, we have a communication expert in Jagun here. The way you communicate your information, even when you disagree, and you have the right to disagree, it's not the way. It's not what I saw here today. Yesterday I didn't join because I just thought that what was going on there was for me infradig. There was no reason for me to come on, So that's my position. What I see is that if we're trying to discuss the problem of Nigeria, and we're looking for characters or heroes or sheroes that we have to emulate, who have dared, the government in various, whether they be religious people, whether they be politicians and so on. We when we see them, let us maintain focus, and let us deal with the issues, and where we disagree, we can point out those issues of not just going personal and trying to attack their character or personality. That I think is what I find very wrong in this thing, and I didn't hide it. I made it very, very clear. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Tony. So we've heard you, but you know, and I agree with you largely, but you do know that the way you also presented your issue, some other person might say you're also being you're kind of breaking the thing you're preaching. I think what we're trying to say, and I hear you, there's no reason for anyone to come here and attack a guest or attack anybody because of their views. Listen to them, disagree with them, but don't attack their persons, don't attack their integrity, don't attack their, whatever it is. But the point is this, and now you're back. I remember what I was going to ask you. For some people who were not saying that, I don't believe the church is a place for perfect people. I agree with you. The church is like a hospital where people who are sick go to find healing, spiritual healing in this instance. So we're not talking about them. And I also do know, I agree that ministers are imperfect people. But the point being made is that as imperfect people as they are, they still ought to be able to speak the truth, especially when it comes to speaking truth to power. That's the point that was being made earlier on. And a lot of our ministers don't seem to have that gumption to be able to do that. And sometimes it's because, this is not trying to point fingers wrongly at anyone. Sometimes it's because of certain things they're gaining politically. They're close to the seat of power. They get benefits. And as a result, they lose their voices.
No, Chief, I don't agree with the word a lot, because we don't have a statistics to prove that. We don't know how many are talking to government without coming to public. We don't know. We see some, who we can say yes, they behave just in line with what you're saying. But we don't know the many others, who talk to government and they don't want to be public. We don't know. We don't have a statistic. So because, bad news is always the things that we hear. We don't hear the good things. And then the ones that we see that are fighting, like El-Buba, is because they manifest, what they believe in openly, for people to see. But I can tell you that I know quite a lot of people who have refused, even ministers of God, who have refused to have anything to do with government, because they feel like the moment you begin to deal with government, then they are going to soil your reputation.
So Tony, it's not about dealing with government. The point we're talking about, listen, this is the point we're making. A lot of the times, if you're in a place of prominence, God has let you come to a place of prominence. It's like what Mordecai, since we're talking Bible now, let's go deep into it. It's like what Mordecai told Esther. Esther was in the forefront she was close to the seat of power. And something wrong was happening, and she had the capacity to be able to bring it to the seat of power, but she was afraid to do that for some reason. And somebody reminded her and said, listen, if you don't speak up, you have a voice. You don't use that voice. Salvation will come from somewhere else, but do know that you also will also lose your capacity. The point we're making is this. Many people need to speak up. When you see things going wrong, don't just over-Christianize it, hide it under some, okay, as we're praying, it's okay. Let me give you an instance. Because when we're saying this, it looks like we're throwing things in the air. When late President Yar'Adua took ill, and a cabal was hiding his ill health, hiding and everything, and all, do you know that a few people, when they so-called brought him back to the country the first time, do you know who went to see him? 2 ministers of God, one a Catholic, the other one we all know, were given access. And when they came out, the media asked them, what did you see? And they all defended, no, don't talk to me. Some of them said, sorry. They just waved. And the country is burning. You're a leader. So what people are expecting is that in this instance, you had the capacity, they asked you to come. You should be able to tell those people, I'm not saying they did it, to say, listen, the man we're saying is not in good health. Please, can you transmit power to his vice so that we can have peace? But many people came out and they were playing cushion. I'm asking you, you know the Bible. The guy who was thrown into the dungeon, is that what he did? Did he not?
Let me give you an example, because you see, because again, I said these are the things that we hear, but there are so many things we don't hear that happen. I know a pastor when this June thing was going on and people were fighting. Some went to the
Please,
trenches.
Jago and I Hamifla, if you guys need to jump in at any point, let me know, please.
Yeah. Now, when we had this June 12th thing, when Abiola won and he was denied, the election was annulled, by Babangida or whoever did it. And then, over a period of time, a lot of things happened, and then they passed over to Sani Abacha. Now, Abiola was now in detention. And of course, we know how draconian, his rule was and all the things that he did. And he was killing people. He had killer squads and all that anyway. Now, and then forced people to go to the trenches, some outside, some within, and so Kokori, and some went outside the country. Coalition can't go anyway. Now, there were ministers who were fighting, but they were not known to the press. I know a minister that went to Al-Mustafa is alive. There are ministers who I know a minister who left Lagos and went to Abuja in spite of all the warnings that he shouldn't there. He went to see Abacha. He met with Al-Mustafa. Coincidentally, they had met. Al-Mustafa had met him when he was in Signals before he became ADC to Abacha. Al-Mustafa had, locked him up because they suspected that he had a hand in the coup, in the coup of Oboru.
DS Phantom coup?
No, the Oboru coup. Okay. Yes, So he saw Al-Mustafa, and then they allowed him to see the commander-in-chief, and they had a discussion. And he went to see. They allowed him to see Abiola. But the point I'm trying to make is that there were discussions that were held, and he came back to church. There are a few things that he said. He couldn't say everything that transpired, and I don't expect him to say everything that transpired. But there are basic things that he said concerning what he told the commander-in-chief, what he told Al-Mustafa, and what he told Abiola. Now that is never reported. Okay, so I'm just saying that to say that it may not be proper for us to just assume and just sweep the entire ministers or imams with just one broom and say all of them is bad. The church is bad. The ministers are bad. No, I don't agree. That's the point I'm making. I'm saying that yes, there are people who are bad. And we tend to focus on those people who are bad, but we don't focus on those people who either quietly or openly have been playing roles that have helped to keep this nation, from degenerating beyond what it is now. That's the point I'm making. And so if we're looking for a solution, why are we always looking at those bad ones, the bad eggs? What do we gain in looking at that? Why are we not trying to search out those good ones? Which I think is what Dr. Damages did today by bringing out El-Buba, to speak. That's my position. And so when we now try to paint everybody because of our biases and paint them black and so on and so forth, I think we can find a pathway there if we're looking for a way forward for our country. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, Tony, I hear you, and I don't want us to overdwell on this, but you also know that Dr. Damages, and I'm not El-Buba, if you've heard me, I respect him, and I think he's a proven minister of God who has used his voice and used his platform. But you do know that in some of the defenses he was making, Rudolph did try to push back rightfully by reminding him that someone did a protest march. However, you want to couch that protest march, give it whatever name you want to give it, like he tried to give it. But the same things this same person did a protest march for, many of those things have gotten worse in the last 10 years, and this person has not come out to do a protest march. So we can't be choosing and picking. That's the point we're making. The Nigerians who are analyzing, they are watching. they are seeing what is happening, and it's based on who is showing up that they will interpret what is going on. But I hear your point. Trust me, I hear your point, but I have to wear this hat that I'm wearing right now. So let me play one video, and then Masker will bring you into the video I was talking about. Hopefully it plays. Let's just hear and see what happens.
Listen to those Southeast governors, the ones you love, the ones you hate, every single one of them, they have all been APC-fied, 110%. The ones who have not declared openly for APC will do it very close to the election, or even if they don't declare openly, all the political structures will be collapsed for the president. It is done. You've not heard it from anywhere else. So mark it that this is the first time and the first guy to tell you that. All of them are leaning towards APC. Because APC, as far as the North is concerned, has been hijacked. It is now a Southern Revolutionary Party. Revolution, not the real revolution, though. It's a Southern party. It's now a Southern political structure, not a Northern party anymore. So the South must agree that this is our vehicle leading towards 2027. So everybody who's a politician in the South, watch out. Almost all of them will collapse their structures into the APC as we get towards 2027. Because APC now, the North has given it up. It's either they are going to use a structure that is already in existence or they will create a new one. That's what is going to happen. Now, it's going to be like the Southern Protectorate is about to go its separate ways. The Northern Protectorate is about to go its separate ways. And APC is the structure that is going to now help the South to pull out and go their separate ways. Now, there is a caveat to this. The North is saying, we are not going to let Tinubu come back. Based on the allotment they have received from the colonial powers, their population is more, even though they are in that region where people are not supposed to have a lot of population. But their population is a lot. And they are going to use it. Politically, it hasn't been changed. No census has been done yet. So for them, if they can secure all of the North before 2027 and make sure that they carve it out and prevent Tinubu from getting any access, they have a lot. If they pick up a few North Central, Middle Belt states, they have a lot. Tinubu will then get stuck with the South alone. And if Tinubu is stuck with the South, do you know why Tinubu will not be too worried? Let me explain this to you. This is being played with the colonial powers. The colonials are trying to show the North that you guys are small boys. We are going to make you very jealous very soon. So what you see going in the South is not just a Tinubu smartness. It is not that, oh, he's very sagacious. The man is a... No, the colonials are doing everything to protect their interest in Nigeria. So where do you have all the oil wealth in Nigeria? Where do you have all the deposits of natural gas in Nigeria? You wonder why Imo was meant to be aligned with the power structure that rules from Abuja from day one. When was the last time a governor that is not aligned with the president's party ruled Imo State? You know why? Imo State is one of the richest states, not just in southern Nigeria, but in the whole country. Imo State has 200 plus trillion cubic feet of natural gas, proven reserve. Over 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, plus 163 oil wells or more in that same state. Qatar has about 843.
Okay, I don't want, it's pretty long. Sorry, guys. I don't want to play everything, but I think we have an understanding of what the guy is saying. So I saw it in the course of the week and I laughed. I don't know what to make of it. But given the conversations we were having about Nigeria and everything, I felt let me play it and hear out what anybody thinks about it. I don't know I don't know whether to believe the guy or not, because there are a lot of conspiracies all over the place. So Masker, welcome. We've gone all over the place. This is where you've met us. So I don't know what you want to say. If you want to refer back to the previous conversations, you're fine to do that. But if you want to start from where we just played off, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Sorry, Chim. I want to sign off. First of all, before I sign off, you used to say Ahamefle. It's not Ahamefle, it's Alamefle, not Ahamefle.
Okay, my
Yes.
apologies, please. I'm used to
No.
Ahamefle.
Yeah, so it's not Ahamefle, it's Alamefle. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to say something before you go?
No, I don't want to say something because I know Jago is waiting here thinking I'm going to respond to what he said. I'm not in that mood to say anything.
No. Why should I do that? Remember, I said that I wasn't looking for your response.
Before you go, what is the meaning of...
I know that he has been here waiting for me to reply to all the things he said, but I'm not in that. He's not going to put me to that corner.
Okay.
No, my brother. I didn't say that though. What I actually said is I didn't need any response from you.
Somebody said we are not here, Chim, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Somebody said on the comment form that I always think like a village man, because I used to tell them, those of you who read a lot of books, who claim to know, who are so intellectual that some of us who didn't go to school, we don't know anything. So I told the guy, yes, I'm a village man, because the creation of God started from family. And if you don't have a family, you don't have a village. If you don't have a village, you don't have a family, you don't have a kindred, you don't have a town, you don't have a local government, you don't have a state, you don't have a country called Nigeria. So at the end of the day, I'm still a village man, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that whenever we are speaking, or when we finish speaking, like Tony did after he signed off, he went back to, listen. It's always good for us to listen back when we finish speaking, So I just want to say that at the end of the day, what I have for Nigeria is one love. God bless you, and I wish everybody the best of the new week. And by the grace of God, we see you again next week. God bless you.
But before you sign off, Mr. Ike, what's the meaning of Allah Mefule?
You want me to tell you?
May my land not get lost.
Amen. So Chim has explained it. That is the meaning of that.
And what did you say, Chim?
May my land not get lost. So unfortunately,
Amen.
I was removing the L and putting an H there, because I have an uncle who has the one with an H, and the one with an H means something different. So now you call my attention to it. I look closely. His own name is May My Land Not Get Lost, and the other one I was calling him is May My Name Not Get Lost.
I think they are both equally important and interesting.
Okay, Maska, I see you again. God bless you, right? Bye-bye.
All right, Maska, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chim. Good evening, Jagun, Tony, and is it pastor or just ordinary John Abba today?
It's ordinary John Abba. The pastor didn't come.
I can see necklace. I think it's not the pastor. Anyway, I want to start from where you and Tony were bantering. And I would want to kind of agree with you in the sense that, yes, I will give it to some of the pastors. For instance, if you know Hassan Matthew Coker, you cannot, even singly for him, you cannot say that all pastors have abdicated responsibility, because he consistently has been the kind of pastor I think we would all want all pastors to be. He would speak when he needs to speak. And there's a way he speaks that for me is the way I like it. I call it speaking without having to eat onion before you speak. So most of us, we first eat onion before we start talking. You get what I'm saying. But having said that, my position really, it's and it's not, this is not just about Christians now. I've consistently said that part of the biggest problem in the North, it's our clergymen. Because, the thing with religion is that it's so omnibus that people tend to pick and choose what they would preach. You know, I am a Muslim, and I know that one of the key things about Islam is neighborliness and the fact that we should be compassionate. You see, if you talk about your iman, the belief in God, you talk about salat, the next thing you start talking about is zakat, giving out alms, technically speaking. You know, trying to make sure that in the society there is no destitute or there's no destitution. And I know Islam is very hard on stealing public funds. Well, is that what our clergymen preach? Clearly not. If that is what they preach day in, day out in every pulpit on Fridays, we cannot afford to be having this kind of politicians we have. And if you look at the society, okay, put aside what the religion emphasizes, but if you look at our society, if you are a clergyman, are you not supposed to look at the critical issues and be dealing with it? You know, we today in this country, leadership is a big problem. Somebody like me, one of the real reasons why I try as much as possible to maintain a low profile, and I doubt if I would ever contest, is because I know what my religion says about you taking responsibility for people and not discharging it. I'm perpetually worried, if I dare take this responsibility, would I discharge it? So I'm not talking only about Christopher. And look, I listened to a video of this guy, what's his name? The former vice president. What's his name, Chim? Osibanjo. He was talking about, I think, Pastor Mike Okonkwo. No, not about Mike Okonkwo, but I think in his birthday.
It was at his birthday, yes. I'm trying to find that video myself, yes.
I mean, Osibanjo is a pastor himself. But whether we like it or not, that speech was a castigation on the pastors and what they preach. So we need to be honest with ourselves. Half of our problem today is the kind of clergymen we have across both divides. People that will leave the issues and be chasing shadows. That's my take on that. You know, one of the things I always say is that's just, according to me, that's the way I see things. So I'm not saying that, look, this is some fact in any way, or it's right, but this is how I see it. Sincerely speaking, if we are going to be honest with ourselves, we know that we would desire, we would pray, we would want some sort of, I mean, look, if you are going to, let's put it this way. Now that we're being religious, if we are going to ask God to give us some better clergymen, would we say that we're okay with our clergymen today? That they are no, God, they are okay. We don't need better clergymen. Is that what we're going to tell God? I doubt it. I, for one, will say, no, Baba God, give us better. And look, if you ask me specifications, I'll put it of what I think will be a better clergyman. So that's what I would say on that. But the video you played, when you're playing it, my take is like, I thought Chim was a better person, but like, the truth, seriously, the truth is that, okay, so who is this guy that I'm listening to, that you are making me listen to? Who is he?
Apologies, I just brought him up because of...
No. You see, this is the problem with social media, sincerely speaking. Because this is one of the problems with our society. What I believe is that is the bottom part that like those who drink beer, it's this thing that normally Nigeria is like a beer, is like a glass of beer. when you look at the top is the form, it's not the real thing. We are now, social media is also emphasizing this kind of thing. Like, people would talk. Okay, so on what basis am I even listening to him? Because the truth, in social media, everybody can. My daughter can go and say what she wants to say. And I'm sure half of the things she would say is probably going to be just concoction. But this guy that is saying that the colonial, who is even the colonial master is referring to? Because the way the world is today, even the colonial masters now are divided. To start with, for instance, and the question I was asking myself is that, okay, so in what capacity did he sit down in the meeting with the colonial masters that he get to understand all these things now that some of us didn't get to hear? Oh, he has some, you get where I'm coming from. I honestly do not know the guy. This is the first time I'm hearing him. And I don't think he's making any sense, because he's, I mean, like, look, and the truth is, people like, how do I put it now?
Sensationalism?
No, the human brain, if you are telling the brain what it knows, okay, the brain is not interested in it, technically speaking. The brain wants to hear something new, something, yeah, maybe you're right, maybe something sensational. You know, but the guy is just looking for, if you ask me honestly, he's just looking for followership. He's looking for something new that people would listen to, and in the end, when he talks again, people want to hear our, like, who are you to make this kind of postulations that this is what is going to happen? At my age now, I know that nobody can make that postulation. Nobody with that level of confidence is a liar. Because you're dealing with human beings. Anything can happen. You're dealing with politics. Anything can happen. And the point he was making, that the North has decided that, oh, okay, APC is not our party. Who is the chairman of APC today? He's a Northerner. Inside APC, there are solid people, very solid party people that are Northerners. You know? And so this is my take. I don't think I should debate what he said. I don't think, number one, I don't know him. And from what he has said, the mere fact that you're making a categorical statement, I think you don't even understand how things work. Things don't work like that. And the kind of insight he's given, I am wondering how, in what capacity did you get that insight? So that's my take on that also, Chim. Sorry if I'm a bit...
Nothing to be apologetic about.
No, see, look, I'm just saying that people would have expected that, okay, what Nigerians will want now is to sit and analyze who will win the 2027 election. An average Nigerian, that's the best you would want to hear.
So in his view, and I'm not, because when I heard it, I felt this is just another conspiracy. But I just felt, let's see if people, but let me hear what other people think about it. Personally, I think what he was trying to do was to analyze this whole, and you won't disagree with that, there is a huge disaffection towards the Tinubu camp in the North. That's a fact.
Is it, wait. You see, so these are the statements we make. Is it in the North?
In the North, yes, everywhere, but there is a whole reason why I'm mentioning North.
In the Southeast, are people happy with Tinubu?
Nobody is happy with him anywhere.
Exactly. So it's not a northern thing.
No, I get you.
I can put it to you that in Lagos, people are not happy with this government. It's not long I came back from Lagos. The guy I stay in his house, if I want to annoy him, he's a Yoruba guy. If I want to annoy him, is to mention tea. Before I use Nubu, his face has changed. Now, this is the reality. So what is probably, and the truth also, if you look at the ADC that people are talking about, who is the secretary of ADC? Do you know?
The Yoruba guy.
No, what's his name?
Aragbeshala.
Do you know who Aragbeshala is? Do you know how close they used to be with Tinubu?
I know.
Okay, so in the end, this is what I'm saying. Like, it's all politics. This is what I know, that in the end, Nigeria is divided based on these class lines. It's not truly a northern thing or a southern thing. Because, okay, this man that is talking about the South, do you know how many solid southern politicians are inside the ADC? Aregbesola is there. Amechi is there. You get what I'm saying? This, both in the north and in APC, there is a lot of big wigs in APC. In the south, there are a lot of big wigs in opposition also. For starters, Peter Obi is in the opposition. He may not be in ADC, but he's not in APC. I cannot fathom in my head how Peter Obi will suddenly enter APC because, okay, they tell him, oh no, now it's South versus North. Can your head wrap around that kind of concept? Exactly. So, but this is just what I'm saying, that I don't see where his logic would fly. Yes, there's disaffection, but it's not in the North. People are not happy with this regime, even in the South. What is happening in the North? And the truth is that it's not just, look, me, I know how these things work. You see, look, Nigerian politicians, we write them down, but they are very smart people. Some of the key players in the opposition that you're talking in the North are people like Babachir Lawal. Do you know who Babachir supported in the last election?
Peter Obi.
Do you know who Babachir Lawal currently is supporting?
I don't know.
On TV, he said it. You get what I'm saying? So it's not, this country is not truly, people would not agree, but the politicians can talk north and south, but in the end, this is not the real dividing line. I will agree also, and I can give you an example. When I was in the university, okay, so let me explain the point first so that people can get what I'm trying to reach. Yes, it's true. Sometimes when things get to the extreme, bottom line, you would have to pick a side. You would have to come to terms with whether you are a northerner or a southerner at the very tail end of the day. But these are extreme points. I was listening to, okay, let me not digress, but the point I'm making, I would give an example to buttress what I'm saying. When I was in the university, I was, technically speaking, you could say a radical. Okay? I'm not part of all this religious stuff, but there was a day in ABU when the Christian students from the church took up arms. Me and my friend were coming from the faculty, going to the hostel. When the university is divided across religious lines, as a Muslim, we had no choice but to go to the mosque. We are not party to all that, but once you enter the mosque, guess what? There will be a commander who would divide you guys into platoons. You see what I'm saying? That will happen if we allow things to get to the extreme end. But on a good day, Nigeria is not divided about north or south. I was telling Damages yesterday, I met one of his very good friends at a party. And you need to see that party. It's like a small caucus of microcosm of Nigeria. Yoruba, there are Hausa people, there are Igbo people who are all there, who are very friendly. No issues at all. All that we are talking about is how we can move our lives forward. But of course, if they start killing Igbos in the north, obviously all of them would have to start, if they start killing Igbos in Lagos, they would have to leave and go back to the east. You get what I'm saying? But that would be, and it's not because these people in their nature, they were like that. But as it is today, Nigeria is not like that. That thing he's saying is not true.
Okay, let's.
See, look, Tim, for instance, now I can tell you all this secession that people in Biafra are talking about. The truth is that in the end, if you do the analysis, everybody is everywhere, especially Igbo people. They are scattered everywhere. If you ask yourself, because in the end, what are you saying? Are you saying that they should go back all to the east? They should leave their businesses and go back to the east? Will they be happy to do that, to all go back and start afresh? Somebody who is 50 years? You see what I'm saying? People will say what they want to say, would paint the picture they want to pick. But in the end, I think maybe it's because I'm more of a Pan-Africanist. So I would tell myself.
No, but Masker, the guy was not talking. And like I said, I don't know him. I just saw the video, so I'm not even defending him. But he wasn't talking about. Look, he was trying to, and I agree with you. You can't say for a certainty how 2027 and the outcomes will play out. Nobody can say for sure that they know what the game plan is. But he was talking about more of how he sees whatever it is he knows we don't know, or he's just being a conspirator, as I believe, how the electoral map is going to play out. And for instance, you do know that a lot of the southern politicians and governors in PDP are being drafted into APC. They've all Delta State, Akwa Ibom State, people who won elections on PDP have all moved into APC. So what he was analyzing is that why these things are happening is because the Tinubu camp is playing that game to say that they feel they might not be able to get enough votes in the north. So they want to
yes.
secure the south.
But guess what? My take, and I'm just like that guy. Okay, don't take my take for anything. Okay, I know nothing, next to nothing. But my take in that regard is that come rain, come shine, all Igbo people. Look, the first thing you would go and take to the bank is that Peter Obi will be on the ballot. Okay?
But there's a conspiracy that he might not be on the ballot.
No. The thing is, if you use even 5% of your cerebral capacity, ask yourself, this man was in PDP. He left PDP because he would not. He saw that he's not going to be on the ballot, right? When he had no determined number of followers, right? Follow my train of thought, Chim. He decided to leave PDP and join almost a nearly unknown party when he had no followers at all. Is it now that he had this number of followers? From what logic are you going to use to convince him not to contest?
Anyway, I don't want to go into all that. I keep hearing that.
No. And I can tell you something. I listened to 2 things. I will tell you, me, I'm an ardent listener. When people talk, I listen. I try to listen carefully. This guy that came, the pastor that came, he said 2 things that I took to the bank. The first thing he said is that Peter Obi was in his house, right? And the way he said it is not like last 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. He also said that there is a party we are trying to bring up from the grassroots. Did you hear that?
I probably missed that.
He said that. Did any other, Jagun, did you hear that?
I heard it.
Exactly. So what does that tell you?
Okay, you know what, Masker? Let's hear John Abba. He's been here before he.
Well, let me just wrap up. Let me wrap up. So my point is.
No, of course. Let's hear from John Abba because we will come back.
I know. 1 second, Jagun.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. So first, I believe Peter Obi will be on the ballot. The second thing I will take to the bank, I think that 80% of Igbo people in the Southeast, in terms of vote, they will vote for Peter Obi, irrespective of the party he will be in. Okay. Now, what I also think that the APC is doing is not looking for votes, but it's looking for the rigging machinery. Because if I have the governor in the state, this is exactly what happened in Rivers State. So if I replicate 3 river states, that's it. So it's not about, because the way the guy sounded is like in the heart of people, they have decided this is how they are going to go.
No. That's, you see, that, I didn't play the whole video. What he said, remember, he said something. He said that all of this is not because you think Tinubu is a master strategist. That no, there's no master strategy in this thing. The whole idea is that the resources, although yes, like I agree with you, who are the colonialists and all that, but in fairness to him, are we saying there are no external authorities and bodies somewhere who are not benefiting from Nigeria's misfortune? Are we going to say that? I don't think any of us can say that conveniently.
Okay,
so,
I won't call them. I won't also call them colonial masters.
Okay, maybe that's the word, but there are some imperialists, perhaps you would say.
And their approach is not his, because he is saying that they will divide the country between north and south because they wanted to teach the north a lesson. These are things he said. I was listening. Oh, I mean, like, you think a colonial master is interested in teaching anybody lesson for what? Like, the guy should go and sit down. But I rest my case. Sorry, John Abba.
It's okay. Brother Chim, Jago, and Tony, it's nice to be with you guys. So I did not watch the video that you guys are talking about. I was driving, I went out, so I don't know what to comment on the video.
You don't have to comment. You can bring any subject that is with your perspective.
So John Abba, let me ask you this question, and I guess everybody will answer it. Let's maybe focus. So one of our panelists who has left said that the Nigeria that is not working today, that the only group of people who are pushing for one Nigeria are ethnic minorities in Nigeria, that it is not the Yorubas or Igbos or whichever group in the north is bigger. He said that was where we started. That's why I played that video, actually. That it is the ethnic minorities, and he was alluding to the fact that Bishop El-Buba, being an ethnic minority from the north, as he feels, believes so much in Nigeria and is pushing for the one Nigeria and all that. So, and I asked this question. Tony is the only one who has responded. Is that true? Is it only the ethnic minorities that are pushing for a one Nigeria, or for a Nigeria that works eventually?
To those that narrative suit them, they will say yes. Particularly, I said no. Nigeria, once it's not working for you or working for your interest, you can say anything. And those that believe in that, I don't believe in it. I think Nigerian people say that because, of course, we need a true leader that can unite us. And if Nigerian is working for everybody, no tribe, or whether you are minority or majority, you will say Nigerian should be divided. The only reason why people say that is because things are not working and they think by going smaller it will help them, but I don't believe that. If you go to family, people disagree. Family have even twins, they have a different opinion on issues. The only thing we have in Nigeria is because we lack a true leader. And when you look at all the issues, the insecurity and all of those things, nepotism and all that thing playing around, it has been on, but this is getting to the height of it. And I was thinking that after Buhari left office and now is even has gone home,
that the leader will be able to get hold of the security issues, whatever they are pointing finger here and there. I hear security expert or those that have been in government or been in charge of one thing or the other, have served in the highest capacity office in terms of security, ex-military, ex all that, say, oh, even Isa El-Buba himself mentioned a Katsina senator who are involved in those sponsor of Boko Haram and all of those insurgency. And then you wonder why the security people talking about whether it's DSS and all those people not capture such people or bring them to order. You find out that our problem is as big as it is pure ignorance. That people take oath of office, they don't know what they are to do with it. Either they are loyal to the person that appoint them to the office, and the citizen life doesn't matter to them, and they're also in that cross road between not knowing what they even take an oath from. They can speak all bogus English here and there, but if I'm a commissioner of police, I don't need the governor to tell me who to arrest. If I take the case to court and get a arrest warrant, I go after the person. But it's because all of them they are sharing here and there, they are loyal to them, and they don't even know their job. Those people don't know what they're doing. Whether you say you appoint DSS director today, end of the day, they are loyal to whosoever appointed them. They are not loyal to their job and to the security of the citizens. So for them to be pointing figure, oh, we know this governor, we all know him, everybody know him. That is when you see Nigeria, no matter how we say we are, or whatever we claim, we find out that something fundamentally wrong with us. We all speak that, oh, Nigerian belong to all of us. Yes, but there are people who choose other pattern. Some people are business people. Some people are professors. Some people are military, in anything or in all the field, whatever you are doing, you are serving in your own capacity to Nigerian society. But for you not to be able to carry out your duty, if you are army general today, what stop you from carrying your duty out? Must you call the president to say, I'm going after this person, I'm going after Boko Haram? No, you don't have to. There are some when you need some support weapon, but we don't need so much weapon to arrest somebody when you carry war to them. It's because of this loyalty. Oh, Ogas are like a daddy, and somebody will be portraying for their enemy that is mortgaging their life and their children. Is what is keeping Nigeria for what it is. So even if you, the mentality where we are today, even if you divide Nigeria into three major tribes and the other minority fall under the zone that we fall in, what make a difference? It doesn't make any difference. They are the same mentality, the same people. So I think for Isa, I listened to him. I think we went to the same school. I know him all his life. What is answer to James? I don't want to go back there right then because I needed to just ask a question because of the 20 minutes time frame that he say he has. He's answering James is with anger and all of that. James is entitled to whatever he says. He say that I mean, he's saying that, oh, it's people like him that stop people not. What he's saying is that people are not rewarded when they fight for others or they go after. And James was telling him that this religion is what played the role. It's not necessary because he converted from Islam to Christianity. So it's not about that. Whether you are a Christian, you are a Muslim faith, you're always going to fall in the category of wherever you are born. If I'm born in Muslim family, the chances of me being a Muslim is bigger than to become a Christian. If I'm born in a Muslim family, the chances is bigger than to become a Christian. So all of those things, religion is just your upbringing. It's not necessarily take away who you are, whether you are a Christian, you believe in Christianity, or you are a Muslim or Hindus, whatever the religion, traditionalist, whatever. But humanity has nothing to do with religion. Religion is a spiritual choice you make where you find that your faith can be exercised with that tally to your own value. So if James says that he doesn't believe in whatever he's saying or whatever, it's not something he's supposed to be angry about. I mean, it's his passion nature. I don't want to say that maybe it's all flanny like that. We have masca, but they're very aggressive in nature. But I don't think he should take it that far about James' issue. James have, of course, he never met James before. That is James' belief. When you are coming to a platform like that, you should be expecting as big as he is in issue of a life. You should be expecting to hear any kind of criticism. You're supposed to whom much is given, much is expected. Supposed to play low on it. And Nigeria is not working is because of all these things join our pride and our egos and thinking every Nigerian on TikTok today, a content creator today, is just to make a small life for them to themselves. They don't think about the bigger picture. I'm not saying that is right or wrong. Well, you cannot just be laughing on the street like you're taking a laughing gas. End of the day, you are going to breathe the same air, you're going to go to the same hospital, you're going to ride on the same road. What do we do? How do we checkmate these people so ordinary Nigerians can be free? Because end of the day, one thing that is we all can testify to it is that it's the low people, it's the poor people that is going to suffer the consequences, and they are using everything to keep them where they are. Because if they all come to self-awareness and rise, look at what happened in Nepal. Nigeria, if not the whether there is religions to tame them or both religions that is more popular in Nigeria, Christianity and Islam, if all Nigerians look beyond tribe, look beyond religion, and they say enough is enough, enough is enough, enough is enough. Trust me, this politician that will pack and run from Nigeria. The little thing that happened the last time, that is not much. How many of them bail out of the country? How many of them buy Corolla, Camry and Corolla riding on the street in Abuja because they don't want to be identified as their own? They drop their official car. So if Nigerians look beyond the tribe, religious, to say, okay, these people have oppressed us. It's either we die here or we save ourselves. These people will have no choice. People make a choice of who lead them, regardless of whether the military is under the president, is giving order. Police will run and leave their post when it's too much. Soldier will run. All of them will bail out. But Nigeria is still tamed. No, they're all in TikTok trying to. Everybody is a content creator dancing on the street trying to create a joke. While your next generation, you don't know after they laugh what is the next thing. You want to be able to gather word for yourself, and then you also get the police or get one whatever, police, DSS, whatever that protects you because you have already arrived. What about in the midst of all of that? A tree cannot make a forest. So when all Nigerians, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Idoma, Shekiri, Babru, Bra, all thief, Igala, when we all look beyond this tribal issue, then we can become. Do you know that if all those pastors, they are all the same? If all the pastors in Nigeria say today, even if you take to their church member, let's protest today, let's go out. If they are not playing the same game with this politician to tame our society, whether it's imam that is popular or pastor, let's protest today. Let's meet in Abuja today and say enough is enough. Trust me, it's either they negotiate with him overnight to stop it, or if he come out, the change will be very significant. But they always use the human as a human shield. So I don't believe in. I know Tinubu regime is not working for those that are not in the this thing, but I hope that they put a policy together. In the next few years, we see whether there's a policy that will roll out. But as far as Nigeria is concerned, it's programmed. Whether you take Tinubu from there and bring Peter Obi or bring even Isa El-Buba or bring Atiku, it's not going to get better. Doesn't matter. Just a policy. Go look at Nigerian history. Is now they are saying that good luck should, or begging good luck to come. The same guy that they don't want him there before they say it's what, because his program. When you get there, you cannot see the next day. I wanted to ask Isa El-Buba, what did he say? What did he think about the influence of the other nation in our leadership? Or the West, as the people may call. I think it's not, I wanted to hear his version, but he's not there to answer it. I hope Chim have an answer for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Janaba. I hear you. I think Jago might have an answer for you. He lives in the colonialist land. So, Jago, the floor is yours. I just want us to round off because I need to shut this down in the next 20 minutes. I have somewhere to go. It's not back. So,
okay. I can't say I'm very clear on what's been said. You know, when it comes to Nigerian politics, it's such a jim jam to me. I'd rather ignore it. The personalities in Nigerian politics. However, global politics and the connection between global politics and Nigeria. The West is still in control. If I can start from this perspective. But their control is waning fast. And a country like Nigeria, without looking at the politics, the most powerful thing in Nigeria, apart from its people, is what's under our ground, the healthy position that our soil is in to grow, to have an agriculture that would be easily one of the best in Africa, even though Africa is a very wonderful agricultural land. These resources that we hold are highly sought after, especially at this time. And I you know, a lot of this jib jab that we talk sometimes, this person, that personality, it's such a headache for me. I can't lie. It's a headache. And forgive me, I find it quite boring because I don't trust any of them, so to speak. And I don't believe they know what they're doing necessarily with the opportunity that Nigeria has. So this is why I feel strongly about the relationship between Nigerians themselves and what I believe would bring Nigeria out of this mire. Because generally Nigerians, we're just really digging a hole for ourselves every single day. If you read some of the comments that come up on our comment section, I'm sorry to say it's just filled with ignorance. And let them go. The Yorubas are the worst. Then if you ask them why, their argument will just fall down. Their argument will fall down into rubbish. And this is how we're used to talking. We're used to talking very ignorantly, I'm sorry to say. The power that a country like Nigeria has in a continent like Africa, we are easily of the best in the world, one of the best in the world. And I don't know if we know how to take our opportunities. We enjoy squabbling. We enjoy it. And we do enjoy being politically correct, as opposed to chimps trying not to be politically correct, but at the same time trying to be so well balanced that you don't offend anybody. I don't believe that. I don't think that these things are necessarily possible. I don't think they are, especially in a country like Nigeria. If we don't have a robust conversation every time we meet, we are not digging through to the light. We're right now in serious darkness, and we know we have to get out of the pit that we have dug for ourselves. And the complications of getting out of this pit would need some serious engineering. The thing is, whilst the capacity that we have in Nigeria to create both development, and a land of law and order, and a land that contains a lot of love for the people that are within this, facing and trying to enter into that point that we desperately need to be in, we further complicate matters as Nigerians. You know, from a particular group who would like to separate from Nigeria, but at the same time, they are all over Nigeria. I find that an oxymoron. I find it very much an oxymoron. And I feel that apart from talking to ourselves as people in different regions, we need to talk to ourselves as people within the same ethnicity. We really do need to talk to ourselves hard. Well, I will say this about the Yorubas, and this is not everybody, this is just my little gleaning about my own people. I find us apathetic. I'm not talking about the leaders or this person or that person, just generally. I find Yoruba people apathetic. I find that they don't actually want to discuss deep topics. They're at their wits' end, generally, in discussing deep topics. And a lot of the times they stay in their echo chamber, and they don't really want to hear anything new, especially if it's too far from what they appreciate as an ethnicity. And I say all this to say that sometimes I'm not always sure of what we're talking. I'm listening. I don't always know what we're talking about when we're talking politics in Nigeria. I don't know what we're talking about when we're speaking religion in Nigeria. I don't always know what we're talking about when we're speaking one Nigeria or for Nigeria to break up. I don't always understand it. For Nigeria to break up, I think it would be a calamity. For all I know, it may be a necessary calamity, for all I know. But given the way the whole world is at the moment, is all up in flux. And within that flux that the world is in, Nigeria has a serious advantage. These advantages cannot be assumed without the country somehow organizing themselves and being organized to take advantage of the opportunities that we have as Nigerians. And these are my topics. These are the things that I really want to tackle because I believe that we have the answer. There are many times when I speak to Masca and the amount of agreement that we have, I find it fascinating that we have this amount of agreement. And it's not because we're speaking softly to each other, because me and Masca, I don't believe that we're softly kind of people. We speak real truths to each other when we're speaking. All it is that there's respect between us when we speak. So when we speak now, although we may be coming from different aspects, what we're definitely doing is learning from each other. And for me, that's wonderful. It's where we need to be. It's where we need to be. So, a lot of the times I really want us to mature, to grow up, to understand that it's toughness. It's real toughness that we are negotiating here. And the better we are tough, the more control we would have, especially in our part of the world. But I believe already, if we observe well, I believe that the influence that comes from Nigeria and the soft powers that we have in our food, our culture, our music, our culture is beaming all over the world with all of the fact that we've come through a point of being a kind of pariah in this world because of the 419 issue, because of the corruption issue, because of all these issues. But what people cannot deny is that Nigerians are a different kind of people. We're a special kind of people. And for us as Nigerians not to appreciate that and let that fall into some aspect of love for each other and love for the way forward and the love of responsibility, because we know that love is not just one of these funny words. It's an action word. It's a word of action. And I don't know, sometimes it seems to me that we prefer that somebody else does the action whilst we sleep or whatever it is, or whilst we argue with each other, whilst we abuse each other. So, you know, I know that you're wrapping up. I think you've done a good job. And I think there are just things to be argued about. There are things to be argued about and to be taken very, very seriously. And I don't think we can tread lightly. I believe that Nigerians are far too polite, with all the fact that, you know, we can be rude, boisterous, and all this level. And we are polite. Now, it's not that it's not good to be polite, but sometimes you have to speak things as they are.
So Jack, let me ask you, and as we wrap up, maybe others, Masker and John Abba can chime in within the last little time we have. You said Nigerians are polite. In the light of the things, if you read you've been on this show for pretty while now, with the way we go at each other jugularly here, the way we because I want to understand. Do you mean are we polite to other people or polite to ourselves?
This is what polite.
Do you think we don't have that thick skin to be able to deal with issues?
That's a good question in terms of putting it in that way. A thick skin. I think Nigerians have a thick skin in terms of we don't necessarily care what each other says necessarily. What we do, we are very sensitive, and our culture depicts respect for all things almost apart from ourselves. I respect my older. We look after the children. I respect the culture. I respect the king. I respect everything. Where is respect for me as an individual? Where is the respect for my voice? Where is respect for the fact that we as Nigerians are living in a paradise, but our personal home is a dump? This is where we live. I believe we're too polite in the fact that we had an election. All of us knew that this election was a stolen election, and we just all let it slide. That's polite. Why are you being so polite? Why?
So, Jack, is that being polite, or is it that we don't fight for the things that really should concern us?
Well, it's a polite to me because you're allowing an oppressor to get away with theft, with a degree of how do you put it? A degree of ignorance. But I want it's more than that. It's when you're condescending, we have been looked down upon by our own leaders, by our own people. We're following the leader in terms of how badly we're behaved. The politeness is that we don't have what seems to be backbone enough to handle ourselves. We don't have that. When I look back in history of Nigeria from the 60s to the 70s, I see that the first 5 years of Nigeria, whilst it entered into corruption pretty quickly, it was still pretty clean. The streets in Nigeria were very clean when I was young. Clean. This Lagos was clean. And not only Lagos was clean, the whole country was clean. In my village, it was beautiful. In Akure, it was one of the very special small towns that I've ever been in. Akure was just like wonderful. Go and look at Akure now. It's not that there's no structure there. There's been no development. And the people haven't developed themselves to the point of being able to stand up and be robust in their speech.
So, Jago, hold on. Let me. I actually want us to end, but you raised some points that kind of don't let me. So, as a father, as a parent, the extent to which your kids are enabled and bold and audacious is a function of how you raise them, and that's leadership. Now, let's take that mindset into leadership for a nation. Do you not think that the so-called leadership has helped to create the kind of followership? And what do I mean by this?
Mm-hmm.
If the leaders create an atmosphere that encourages people to question things and they create opportunities for the people to grow, like you were talking about the Akure and all those suburbs that have not in modern times really evolved beyond what you would call a glorified city.
Indeed.
Don't you think it is the people who have been saddled, the glorified town, saddled with leadership, are the ones who have created that docility that you see amongst Nigerians?
What I believe is that we as Nigerians haven't gone through a deep aspect of nation building. And I will speak for Yorubas in this term. We Yorubas, I believe, we need to upgrade. We have a fantastic culture. I've seen that culture in action. I've seen kings dealing with their chiefs and dealing with the community. There's something that we have in our village. It was the most fantastic festival kind of I've seen. It was a thing where the king, by the time there's a generation that reaches between 60 and 75 and coming into retirement age, the king of that village will bring everybody together who are of that age and celebrate them. Bruh, just listen to what I said. When I was there, they were celebrating my mother and her generation's retirement. Bruh, the thing was blessed, bruh. The thing was so blessed, like say, heaven. We're in heaven. The thing is that us as Yoruba people, we oppress our children. We don't necessarily allow their personality and their gifting to come to the fore. Instead, what they will be doing is oppressing them and directing them as to what they feel you should be doing for a living. I think, my goodness me, if Nigerians can have doctors, lawyers, engineers, and all these kinds of, why can't they have another thing? Why? You see, you see the Anikulapo family. I won't even say Ransom Kuti, as fella, my man, he threw away the name Ransom Kuti. Ransom. When you look at the Kuti family, you can tell that there's a liberalism. Understand what I mean by liberalism, please? It's not the left. This liberalism that allows an individual to have his own countenance, to have his own consciousness, and to have his own dignity. A lot of the time, us, we Yoruba people, we're not allowing that amount of individualism. No, we are very individual. We're not allowing that amount of personal growth unless, obviously there's authority and there's a responsibility. The greatest responsibility on the earth is to bring up a child into this world, to be a decent human being, to be a giving human being, to be a contributing human being. With our culture, the way it is, remember, we are operating against many other cultures in the world. With our culture not being upgraded, we are doing ourselves a disservice in this world. We're doing the world a disservice because we're the gifting that, I don't know if you see it, bros. the gifting that Nigerians have from, as I believe, the God that brings us all to life. I see it every day. Wherever I go to. I've been as far as Japan, and I've seen Nigerians in Japan and what we're doing over there. And I'm thinking, you know what? I really believe in what it is that we call Nigeria. I actually believe in it. I think we're in the world for a particular reason. You know, the white people that created us now, they brought us all together and they pushed us complaining, complain. You have been given a situation. You have to be the people that do something with it. Who are you waiting for to do something? Who are we waiting for to break Nigeria up? Who are we waiting for? What is holding the Igbos back from creating their own zone? Why aren't we able at least to go back to what was actually a workable scenario where we have regionalism? Wouldn't regionalism be better than the country breaking up? Wouldn't it? Nobody's asking these questions. They just want to give up. Everyone just wants to give up. So my brother, you know, I was getting a bit tired myself, but you know me, I like to speak real. I like to speak. I'm hungry, and us guys who are here need to kill something in the forest to eat. All of us, instead of going out to hunt, we're squabbling amongst each other. We're supposed to go out to hunt and feed us. You know, again, through my travels, one has seen how nations are feeding themselves like they love each other. But they don't belong to each other necessarily. They too have multi-ethnic communities within their country. So, you know, we as Nigerians, we make things harder than they are because of our egotism, because of our lying aspect that we all have. Nigerians can lie. We can lie. Do you know there was a time that I was a liar? Let me just say this personally. There was a time that there was a time that I was a fantastic liar. Bruh, the thing was giving me headache. Lying. I had to perform a strict diet of lying upon myself in order to become the one soggy animal that I am. I was the way I was dealing with women because of lies, lying to them.
Jargon.
You know, it's terrible.
Oh my gosh.
You see what I'm saying? I just have to admit these things.
Jargon.
Yes,
let me help you so that so that you can drink water. Let me take it from from here. Okay, two things from what you said. The good news is I like really something you said, that we should start also talking to our tribes. It's good we talk across to each other, but we should also go back, because individually, all of us, I think we have a lot of things to go and tell ourselves.
Yes, sir.
From within our enclaves, sincerely speaking. And I think for me, it starts from, like I said, even these clergy people among us. Because they are, if you ask me, they are part of the biggest problem. You know, because, look, what I know in my house, I tell my kids, life is systematic. Okay. Plant a tree. If you plant tomato, it's tomato that will come out. You can't plant something else and expect okra. You can't plant tomato and see okra come out from where you planted tomato. It's the way it is with life. And I believe it's the way it is with countries. There are things that we need to do that we don't do. We simply don't do. I go to other countries, I also see it. Like, one of the fundamental things is this concept of hard work. In Nigeria, this thing is upside down. I tell people, look, there are things I can do, but it's difficult for people around to do, because there are so many easy ways to make money. When your child is seeing other people do 419, in 3 months he has bought a Mercedes, it's difficult for you to tell him he must go to school. And once we get the foundation wrong, it's always going to be wrong. Always going to be wrong. Pastor Imam will tell you that you should take it because God, this is your poverty is like your portion.
And Master, just to add before you continue, so when we talk about the dignity of labor and work, remember all of these things. This mindset starts from the home. Do you understand? Where a parent does not encourage a child, you're on vacation, to go look for a job or find something to do, constructive to do. We have a society where everybody feels, oh, I've suffered, then I don't want my children to suffer. Then you find this seemingly wealthy man or whatever it is who walked his way through life. And then all you simply do is there's a vacation. And I'm not saying don't spend money on your kids. I'm not saying don't send them on a vacation. I'm not saying that. But I tend to feel that the middle class in Nigeria, when it truly existed, and then going to the upper echelon, just engaged in producing an unproductive next generation. An entire set of people. And those set of people, many of them have gone into politics today.
But do you know why? Do you know why that is the circumstance?
Why?
Do you know why that is the case?
Tell me.
Why?
If the guy who goes to market day in, day out makes that money, go and check Igbo people. Is that how they treat their children? The answer is no. I have not seen an Igbo man carry all his children. Maybe the man who went to school, who has gotten some sort of fancy job, he can do that. I have not seen an Igbo man in the market, no matter how rich he is, that his children are not coming to the market and he's carrying them all over the place for vacation. For me, the answer is simple. Okay, our society, we create it's the same mentality where the white people that came here, they are not doing the manual job. They are just sitting wearing coat and sitting down in a Porsche, and good things will come to them. This is how our big people are. Good things will come.
Because I tend to agree with what Jim said. And I think it was more in Lagos than anywhere else.
No, Jago, not exactly. Sorry.
Maybe not. But this is where I can speak from.
Okay.
I grew up in Lagos in terms of, as we used to go back and forth from Nigeria, we would always be in Ikoyi. My cousins were there, about 3 of them, in 3 families of mine in Lagos itself. All of the children of all of my cousins, apart from 1 or 2, they're super educated, well educated, doctors, lawyers, engineers, you name it, accountants, you name it. None of them missed. But when you speak to them about Nigeria, the lack of responsibility that they feel for Nigeria, for me, it gives me such a lack of respect in them. My father and their father were either brothers or first cousins. And we, in our side of the family, we grew up largely in the UK. So things are basic. Yes is yes, no is no. Whereas those people that are my cousins in that Ikoyi of ours, they're the biggest tricksters you're ever going to come across. And these are the privileged amongst us. Great education to begin with in Nigeria. Great. They lived in beautiful homes. You know Ikoyi now. Ikoyi is a beautiful place. In the 1940s, the real estate in Ikoyi was one of the best in the world. And you know, I heard these things along the way. What they've done to Ikoyi and VI is a disgrace, because it was better in the 70s when I was growing up than it is today. We just spoil things, and we spoil things due to our innate culture, our dislike for each other, and our dislike for ourselves. These are things that I never had growing up.
So, based on what you're just saying, Maska, you're in Kano, right?
No, I'm in Abuja, but I'm from Kano. I go
Okay.
there often.
So, when I used to visit Kano, there's this place, is it Bombay or what you call that place?
Bombay.
Yes, it's an industrial, supposed to be a commercial and industrial area.
Yes.
Have they been able to revive those rail tracks?
No.
Why are those road tracks not revivable?
No, but you can't see. This is what I'm saying. Okay. So I go back to the tomato example. A tomato would always have a structure. It will have the stem, it will have branches and all that. It's when the pastor was saying, I was listening to him also intently. This is how God works. And if we know what we are doing, we should always, rain would, look, last week I was telling my daughter, rain is going to fall. And she was like, how do you know? I said, because look at the sun. In a rainy season, with this level of sun, you would know that rain is going to fall in the evening. God does not spring up surprises. There is a system. And if we know what we're doing is the same way, you cannot expect Bombay to come back when the certain basic things are not there. For instance, even if Bombay comes back and there's no electricity, how is Bombay going to? You can do the rail, but there won't be industry that will run on these rails. When the schools are not good schools, when the hospitals are not good hospitals, there won't be the labor to go and feed these factories we are talking about. Okay, and I'm saying what I was saying when Jagun was talking is that the way we structure this economy, this country, the people who have gone to school, who have been exposed enough to do the industrialization, the entrepreneurship, there is so many easy money for them. Now, why would they go and set up an industry? That's one aspect. The second aspect, even if they venture stubbornly to go and do it, we have a government that keep flip-flopping in terms of their policy, not to talk of the lack of infrastructure, like electricity, road, and stuff like that. So these things don't come up in the air. You can't see a tomato fruit hanging in the air. The tomato must have a stem, branches before you start seeing fruits. The railways would stand on some basic logic. This logic is not happening in this country. Every aspect you take, if you take football, that's why we are not anywhere. Because football would thrive from grassroots.
Correct.
You can't just have footballer from the air. Are you with me? Even the leadership we are talking about, the fact of the matter is that we miss it from the grassroots. These same children that are roaming about doing all what they are doing, they are going to be the leaders tomorrow. You will see what they are doing. All these people that we have today as in leadership positions, it's not that they didn't come out of thin air. This their mentality didn't start today. So this is all I'm saying. For me, it's about building a society. It has to be like a groundwork. You have to do the work like Jagun is saying. There has to be, the first thing is the sense of responsibility, honestly. But anyway, I also believe that you know, like Jagun also say, there are opportunities that are springing up, especially economic opportunities. For instance, like even me, I was in Lagos. Somebody came and said he has found within the land that was given to him, they found what is this very precious metal now that starts with an F?
An F. Metal.
I don't know whether it's a metal, it's a mineral resource.
Okay. What's it used for?
I don't know, but look, but it's very important these days. People talk about it.
Okay. Phosphorus.
No, that's P now, not F.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
someone can make that mistake, and we're not. But anyway, the point I'm making is that opportunities, God keeps giving Nigeria opportunities every now and then. And I believe, the way God works also, that yes, he is systematic, but every now and then he sends some signs to know that, look, he's still in charge. Forget the system he put in place. He is not an autopilot kind of plane. God still comes and do manual driving. He brings some tsunami here and there. And in my language, they say that he does the white man in one day. By analogy, Nigeria, I keep telling people, look at Dubai. It didn't take them too long. Even this China, it didn't take them too long. It's in my lifetime, not just lifetime, in my work time. When I was working, there was a time we don't touch. I used to work for a financial institution. We used to issue letters of credit. We abhor anything to do with China that time. I was a worker. I was already working. But today, China is like, in fact, in Nigeria, when you say China made then, even during my lifetime, you are saying that the thing is inferior. But today, China is on top of the world. So I think we are getting it wrong, but I also believe that it will happen like that, perhaps.
If we get the right, sorry to interject you, if we get the right leadership that have a clear vision, just like all of you have said, especially Masca, the way Nigerian is, the youth and everybody right now, that incompetent. I mean, Nigerians, we are hard work around the world, but the one we have in Nigeria are incompetent. They don't. Those that can work in Nigeria, they live. They are okay. Those that have the lifestyle of getting out in the morning with purpose, even if it's akara they are selling, they are making it. It's all those the way the Nigerian think that money fall from heaven. They do all of those things that they are going around wondering what tomorrow will become, and we don't have a leader that is really committed to the people and the infrastructure. They don't know how to build a nation. That is the problem we are having. It's not that it's that difficult to turn around these things. Millions of Nigerian youth that are ready to work, if they have a true
True
leader
leaders
that
that
can
can
organize the
organize.
society, and we can take off right there. But I don't think it's among these leaders, wherever the political leader you are seeing now, none of them among them that have that will, even if they have it, they have the fire to turn things around. Because in order to succeed in doing that, you will step in a lot of people to get it to get there. In fact, life will be gone because there will be a struggle of power to hold it back the way it is, whether internal or external. But you have to focus on the people and say, okay, this is the nation. Let's do it now. Is the opportunity. The number of Nigerians is to advantage, and let's turn things around. But you must go beyond this. I mean, there will be a difficult time. Having said that, there will be a difficult time, very difficult time. But that is what the sacrifice all Nigerian has to make in order for us to start. But this current Nigeria, whatever the leader you are seeing, whatever among those politicians, whether APC, PDP, ADC, whatever they are forming, our Messiah is not among these people. It has to be someone that come in a very tough manner and in a very radical way. If not, if you think you're going to pet Nigeria and say, oh, go to work, all the federal workers and state workers, most of them, they just take the job, they don't go to work.
But Jonaba
Sorry, Obey, I'll grant you the floor. Welcome to this, but I just wanted to add something because I love the way the conversation is going.
Yes. So like
hold on, John. Hold on a second, sir.
Go ahead.
You see, you've touched at a point where I have argued this kind of things, and people tell me we've lost that opportunity. Like Master said earlier, God keeps giving Nigeria opportunities, but we keep throwing it away. Do we keep getting to a bend? But every time we get to that bend, rather than quietly go through that bend, what do? We jump up and take the shortcuts. This is the history of that country. I'll give you an example. You see this Abacha that all of us keep throwing darts at. I always saw a silver lining in his leadership. I did. I saw one. But somehow we didn't take advantage of it. Now, what do I mean by this? It might not be possible again, but I've taken a time to see that at some point, every nation that went inside quietly always emerged stronger. The US, when it went into isolation, came back big. The Chinese that we're talking about went into isolation. Even South Africa, even though it was not planned, apartheid made them a far right nation. But by the time they opened up, people saw it was an industrialized nation. When Nigeria went into that period of Abacha and we were not really dealing with the world that much, and we had no choice than to start rebuilding and doing stuff, somehow we threw it away. So my point is this. Do you think with where we are now, the way the world is, the kind of leadership we have, the kind of generations that are coming up, we've talked about the people who, with the mindset in the streets and everything, they will become the next leaders. All these men in the National Assembly were your classmates and my classmates. We know what some of them were. Do you think we can in any way correct? Because this is becoming deep.
Yeah.
How to correct this? Especially, pardon me, people think I hate Tinubu. I don't. But for you to have grabbed it, run with it, and all that, how are you going to lead people with that kind of mindset? What are you doing?
The
So
issue
after
is,
John, then obey, please.
yeah, the issue is that, like I said, I'm just going to repeat myself in a way, but a little bit digression. There is no way among this leader we have now in 2027, whatever whosoever emerge forever, that is Tinubu continued against somebody, that is not the leadership that will lead Nigeria to anywhere. We are talking about a leader that will come and change the mindset of the people. And I'm telling you, in fact, it's difficult to say that, but the reality is that a lot of life will be gone for us to emerge again. Because if you leave these people that will interfere, they have stolen so much money, that will use the Agboro, use anybody against you. So this is the kind of leadership that can take us to the next level. But to talk about this politician who is coming in 2027 is going to change anything, well, I see the fire in Isa El-Buba. I've been seeing him. It's going nowhere. There is nothing. There is going to be nothing. Basically, it's the same thing. Maybe that one favor you a little bit, and then you take your own slack and you go away. You talk about Abacha. We are looking about somebody more radical than Abacha. If you are to change this thing, more 10 times, 100 times more than Abacha in our country. He said that is outside and come, or people organize themselves and come and take over the country. But in any way, any shape, among this, now let me tell you one thing. If you have been to police station in Nigeria, right? I'm using that as an example, or any other places. If you go there, the first thing where, because their cell is at the back of their in the station, while they have a counter in the front. If you go, the smell from the pee and everything come to the front. So by the time you stay there, if they lock you there, you become part of the
Yeah.
smelling and you don't feel it again.
Right.
That is how Nigeria is. So if nobody in Nigeria can save Nigeria right now. Thank you.
Well, that's a fantastic way. So the stench is so deep that even people there you're telling them something is smelling, and they're looking at you like, are you?
Chief, I think thank you for the opportunity. Jonamba, it's been a long time. Where you go? My brainwave brother. Ekpele. How is Ali Ede self? Is that place still existing? Or it's been taken over?
Which one?
Ali Ede.
Alede is still there, is still
I,
there.
I served at the Catholic hospital there. I was there for like 2 years, you know?
Yeah, the last time you said that, I remember. Obey, I obey. Yes, I know. You said
Yeah.
that. Yes, we see that when Dr. Oridu traveled to Benue recently. He went to Makodi, Abuja to Makodi to pass
Right.
through to. But then he went all the way to Poga,
Oh, yeah.
like 20 minutes to my village. Yeah.
Yeah, come back to the Nigeria thing. I think, like what Jonaba is saying, that means we need a Messiah. That's the parenthesis, a Messiah to get it right. That's only what you are trying to insinuate. That means it won't be a political or a democratic government. Exactly what you are insinuating. Is that sad and is that bad? That we are structurally down at the moment. the country is structurally down. My problem with Jagaban is this: if you are a father in a home and you took a decision in your family, and you saw that the decision you took is affecting the family, will you continue to look away? I don't understand that part of him. That you took a decision against a people or for your people, and you are planning for a betterment of these people, your immediate family. And you not saw that the family is going into hunger, there's starvation, you are almost being ejected from the house or from whatever apartment that you are in, you can't pay your bills again. And you still stay on that decision. You don't want to reverse it, or you don't want to look at the decision again.
Okay. The problem with your logic is the assumption that to start with that is even a father.
I don't understand. Is that sad? That means we just in a dungeon.
Our case, I don't know, but me, I know. In especially in the north where I grew, when your father dies, most times the uncles, all they are looking for is to inherit what your father leaves.
Not to pass it to the children. Yeah.
So this guy is, sometimes you may think that the man is a fatherly figure, but it's that kind of uncle sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Tinubu is my, I'm just saying that possibly you need to investigate your basis of deciding that it's a father you're dealing with.
Yeah.
That is looking for inheritance to corner.
Yes, and that brings us to our kind of democracy that we are operating. Just look the way they bullied the Edo State elections into a whatever a government of I will grab it and take it and whatever. Now they have done that. Do you know that the summer plant that Obaseki have put in place to help provide 247 light for the people? This governor went to say, okay, government house is not going to go to that power line again, and now took the ministries away, take the government house away, take the government parastatals away from that power line, and now said he was going to go to BD, whatever DC, to go and take his light, so that to strangle that company, you know. Now and now they can no longer get 247 lights.
Good night, everybody.
You know.
See you, Baba Maska. Take good care.
All right, but you know, it's so sad that our level of continuity is not getting there at all. The problem there is that everybody is now like you're trying to make a point for yourself, not to try to create your own government and make the other person look like a fool, that he was making all the mistake, that he never ruled well. You know, that keep taking us back and back and back and back to where we're coming from, and that's so sad for the country. That at the level of this government will come, it will do its own. The other one will come and change everything and take us and bring us back again to square one where we're starting from again. And we keep rolling in this vicious circle. And that is why we're just where we are today. Structurally, we're gone, no structures, no institutions. Everybody is just trying to look for what to grab for his immediate family, and they are done with. And that's exactly why this vicious cycle can never elude development or growth in that country. It's so bad. It's the small community that I'm from. When I left that community, there was just one transformer. You still get there. Only the transformer is still there. And so many houses have sprung up in that area. How do you expect them to get light? Structures is just there. If OB comes in now, sometimes I imagine, how is he going to change this whole thing? Is it going to be everywhere at the same time?
The thing is, my brother, you see, it can be done. I'm telling you.
Policies?
Just like Jim said, in our lifetime, China was far poorer than us all. Far. China was desperate. Look at if you go to China today, you think that you're inside a movie.
Correct.
You won't think it's real life. They've done that in our lifetime. They've done that in front of the whole world. 100 million people were pulled out of poverty in our lifetime. My brother, you see, because there's something I always look for hope. I don't look at Nigeria the way so many people look at it. I leave those who are thinking about Nigeria in a desperate way to themselves, largely. I look at aspects. I watched this thing. It's called it's not TikTok. I don't look at TikTok. Shorts, I believe, or something like that on Google.
Mhm.
They've got these little clips on Nigeria, and it says lend a helping hand, and they're fantastic clips. Some of them could make you cry. What would happen is that a gentleman would be walking along the road, go to a shop or something like that, or on the road, buy his drink, and then as he's walking off, he will drop a big fat wad of cash. Bruh, the person who sees this wad of cash, they don't steal it. What they do, child, man or woman, they pick that money up, chase the man down, give him back. He now will be pretending that, what do you mean? This is not mine. My money's in my pocket. And then he will search himself and find out his money's not there. Then he will thank the lady who ran and gave him his money. And then after, he will come back to the store, point to the camera that the social experiment, and you deserve this wad of money. First, then after you another, they'll jump on him. And I'm looking at the level of honesty amongst our people. Still, I remember that. I remember that honesty. I was a young man, and until my whole mind was changed, the fact that we are just corrupt. But there's still an essence of love, community, and honesty amongst our people. You know, some of our people are brilliant. They're trying to promote the things that are inside us, that are still inside us, that are fantastic. Yes, sir.
You know, you touched on a point, and I want you see this whole thing about moral rectitude.
Yeah.
Where you find something that is not yours, you return it. Nobody is born into this world being morally.
Me, I'm the first one to have taken to the corner. You won't see me again.
These are things.
I would have failed that test.
These are values you instill in people. People are talking about China. I think China is even too much of a story to tell.
Yeah.
Let's look at Malaysia, that did not have a single seedling of
palm oil.
They came to Nigeria, to Edo State and the southeast somewhere. And at some point, I don't know who's. I need to Google it, so I don't want to say something and I'm wrong. Malaysia at some point became the largest producer of palm oil. Did you know that?
Correct.
I know very well.
From having zero of it to becoming #1 palm oil producer in the world.
Do you know my uncle? My sorry, brother. I have to say this. What brings me to the UK is my great uncle, my grandmother's brother. He was in Ondo, Edo, and Delta. I think we all know that big company in Delta called I've forgotten the name. I beg your pardon. I've forgotten the name. Anyway, his trade was wood, rubber, and palm. To an extent, he went to Malaysia to give them our rubber. They began in Malaysia with our rubber. When my parents were here in the UK with my uncle, what they owned in this London it wasn't a joke. They didn't own houses. He didn't own a house. He owned blocks in Belgravia. I don't know who's a Londoner here that would know Belgravia in London. This is a part of London that you know, back in the day, you don't go there if you're not an upstanding individual. Blocks, not houses, blocks. So My mother, who obviously that's his uncle. My father was in South London studying and making his way in the world, and this is where he met my mother. I'm saying this to say that, bro, what we were, with all the errors that we've made, we can, as you said, we can come out of this mayhem that we're in and emerge as a world force. Why? Because we have everything that we need. We really have to stop our stupidity.
Yeah.
We here on this platform, we are one thing. This London, you're in the States, all of you are in the States. I'm sure that there are communities of Nigerians who have taken over a whole area. Here in the UK, we've taken over.
Because there's an echo that comes from your stuff when it's on. So when it's time for you to talk, just unmute.
But Jim, do you remember? What do you call it? The penalty for such growth in China, that it was penalty of death for corruption.
That's why I wanted to keep China away. You know why I decided to keep China away? China is a known communist, socialist, enclave, dictatorial leadership. Clear.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Let's look at Malaysia, that is not known to be Malaysia, and
Singapore
that are not known to be those things.
Right.
You need to? I took time during the last long weekend to go watch all the videos of Singapore, from when they had independence to when they joined Malaysia as one nation, from when they were forced out of Malaysia. They were forced out of Malaysia. The Malaysians said we didn't want them.
Mm-hmm.
Lee Kuan cried when the Singaporeans were driven out of Malaysia. We were told, go and be your own country. We don't want you. I mean, I've never seen any nation that let anybody go free. Malaysia said, you for Singapore, thank you very much for trying to be part of us. We don't want you. Go and be your. The man cried. The video is on. He cried. He was weeping. But he said, you know what? We're going to build our own nation. Today, that country is one of the best nations that is functional. They're even better than the US. Let's be honest. The US is just big name.
Big economy.
Big name. I'm not going to say big name.
You know how many trillion we did?
But the point I want to make is this. There was a clear vision.
Yeah.
The man was accountable. You can't produce a system where the leader is not accountable. Do you know how many of his associates committed suicide for corruption? They find you out, they're still processing to investigate you. The person will go and take his life because they know the outcome already.
The shame is too much.
Exactly. We saw the former president of South Korea who jumped off a cliff. A South Korean president jumped off a cliff. He was found culpable of corruption. He was waiting investigation. He knows the outcome. The man took his life. And he dropped a note to say, you know what, he can't face all the people he had been advising to be of good moral character. But we have somebody that in our own system, the system shields him.
In the crook.
And that's what I'm asking. So sometimes people don't understand when we say some of these things.
Yeah.
How do you expect to build a nation with that? It's not possible.
It's not possible, yeah.
So Obe and AY, I mean...
Before they come in, just the last word, if I may, on Malaysia. Just the last word on Malaysia. Do you know that all of those plants of oil in Malaysia, it has decimated their forest. They've cut down land and they have a lot of problems with the fact that it's now in their land, this product. But in our land, it was natural. It would grow within the forestry that we have. I don't know if you've seen where there's palm plantations in Nigeria. My God, as you drive towards Port Harcourt from, let's say, Ondo State, and you're going from Ondo, you enter Edo at a point, you enter Delta, then you would enter Rivers. The land, all of a sudden the land changes. It becomes dense. It becomes green. The kind of green that you can't even
Especially
understand.
if you're looking at it from an area perspective.
Yes, my God, it's so beautiful. And then there are all rivers, clean. And then you come into the filth. As you're driving further down, near Port Harcourt, you are now seeing the rivers with the spilling of oil and gas flaring everywhere. And then you will be seeing people with polio, because polio that has been cured, or nobody get polio again in the world. I think there was one or two more aspects. It was cured from Nigeria, but it's coming back. All these are aspects of the way we are corrupt, how it's bleeding us, it's bleeding our country, it's killing our people. I find it difficult to understand us. I mean, when I saw it, I was so disappointed and shocked. At the most beautiful part of Nigeria, in my eyes, is a disaster zone. I'll leave it there. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, between Obey and AY, one of you take the floor, and then the next person, please. KJ, welcome back. I should be handing over back to you, right?
No, don't hand over to me. Let's go ahead. I just want to give you a breaking news. Sholo have been picked up by the DSS.
Oh my God! Really?
This night?
Yes, for another round of DSS.
These guys are just crazy.
They're not just ashamed of themselves at all.
They didn't pick up by or Nanuga, but they
no.
Those ones they can't be picked up.
Honestly, I don't even understand why they are wasting their time with
Exactly. They're just making the guy popular.
You make him popular. You don't pick up such people. I don't even know why it's stupid.
That shows how cruel they are. How cruel these people are. They have nothing to offer. They're just shameless Nigerians. I swear.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's the country we have. And that's why truth in Nigeria is, if you are a speaker of truth, you and your family are all in danger.
Is it not the same man that carried the coffee on his head and said Jonathan was in the coffee that was what died him? Is it not the same idiot?
The same set of people. Even now, the obedience are suffering seriously. If you are obedient, you cannot be invited. Nobody wants to talk to you. Nobody wants to associate with you.
Even do business with you.
Yeah, they won't give you business. They won't even allow you enter their office. They don't even want you to be seen with them. That's how bad it is.
Oh my God.
When people are saying it's getting better, I'm wondering, how is it getting better? These are people, they're not even particularly in one tribe. They are all over. Whether the obedience are from the north or from the south, they are treated the same way.
Across board. Oh my God.
I have few people who are in that move, and when they tell their story, you pity them. Those of them who are in business, no government contracts coming to them any longer. In fact, they won't even let you come into them.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's why we need a more laid out strategy to get to where we want to go. And just like El-Buba said, maybe it is time we devise another means of regional kind of government. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. See, whether we like it or not, even if Tinubu remains there for the next 20 years, it will never get better. Because these guys are not thinking about the good of Nigeria.
No, but sorry, KJ, hold on. I hear you, and I'm not saying you are wrong. If we continue with the trajectory of the kind of leadership we have, it will get better.
Oh.
Nigeria can get better when you have exemplary leadership. Listen, I keep repeating it.
When we have what?
Exemplary
leadership.
And selfless.
Yes, selfless, exactly. But at least start first and foremost with
exemplary.
Be exemplary. The constitution says if you come to office, you declare your assets.
Yeah.
You declare it. We know that KJ is worth 1 kobo now that he's gotten in. If by the time you are leaving office and you declare it, and we see that KJ moved from 1 kobo he's now suddenly 18 naira. We will now need to know that 18 naira, is it as a result of the salary he was earning when he was in office? Maybe that's the difference, or something is amiss. Right
Okay.
now, we have people.
That is the reason. That's the reason why all of them that are in the Senate and House of Rep, they can't propagate any. It's just like Oshomole now. He will be crying that there's a military man that he know that they said, well, they were doing whatever in the north. He can't pursue any bill, because if they open his own book, he will tell me how a tailor became a billionaire. Eh? All of them are so messed up that they can't fix that country. All of them, all the people that are sitting down there as House of Rep or House of Senate, all of them are all thieves. All of
Did
them.
anybody watch this lady?
I want
the retired chief, the retired justice from
Yeah,
the appellate court.
2 days ago. Yeah.
Did you see what she said?
Uh-huh.
Well, I want to even tell you, Chim, that
everybody has a skeleton. A lot of judges and people have a skeleton.
He said all of them.
he said that is why people don't talk. That if you talk, they will
open your books.
Your skeleton. She said it.
You forgot that video of the that man, that senator, the wife was a judge when he wanted to expose them in the Senate.
Yeah.
Like, I off the mic. Yeah.
That country they get as it is finished. I beg. It's finished.
But
you need to clear all those guys, and all of them get to get out of there. All of them get to get out of there for it to work. If you have any of them there, they can't push anything now, because they all have the same skeleton sitting in their cupboard comfortably. You know, it's so sad. So sad.
Honestly, I feel it's a possibility in 2027. I think Atiku is the obstacle for 2027, to be honest. If Atiku can take the back seat and give support to the young ones, we need him. Like, he needs to give support. I think
why Atiku will not run.
Might change.
Take it to the bank. Atiku will not run. Okay. In the 9 minutes, he will not run. Believe me.
We'll come back here to discuss it.
I can take that to the bank. Yeah. He's playing politics with them.
Why do you say so?
He's playing politics with them. He's gonna give it to somebody. Yeah, because for more permutation, it's gonna mess him up. He knows. He's not gonna go. Yeah, he's gonna play politics till the last 2026 ending and give it up. That's what he's gonna do. I'm just sure of it, because he's not gonna be a fool to the end. I'm sure. And his age. If you see that guy now, he's very weak.
I think
he's very weak.
I think he's 79.
He's weak head-wise. Yeah.
OBE.
Yes, sir.
I don't know why. I don't know why I say what I say.
Even me, I'm surprised.
Somebody. Okay, let us use ourselves for example. Atiku has amassed all kinds of wealth.
Yeah.
And he's 70 something now.
Mm-hmm.
The only other destination for him now is the great beyond.
Yes.
He has money. He has business. He has some form of national connection. And then you tell him to give up the only ambition before him. Why will he give it up?
Why do you think Obi is still romancing with them? Why do you think so? You think Obi is not there? They're just talking.
Okay, let me tell you why. Let me tell you, I will have talked about it on this program before we even hear it as an official listing now. And that's why I don't joke with this platform. We said on this platform that they are going to try and look for how to frustrate Obi once they identify that he is in a new party. The only reason why Obi is still remaining in Labour now is because Labour is a registered party. And you cannot just wake up to one and say Labour have been proscribed or hijack the leadership of Labour as they are trying to do with ADC now. Of course, you know there's a contest on ADC.
You mean APC?
ADC.
You mean APC, the ruling government doing this to them, right?
I don't understand.
You mean APC, ruling government, doing this to them? Is that what you're saying?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. And they are not hiding it. They're not. It's politics, and I agree, it's politics. But it's just that it's not a good politics. How politics should be played. This is jungle politics they're playing. So now, what is left for Obina is where is he? Nobody knows. you cannot attack ADC fully because you don't know whether it's there. Wike, people are saying that Jonathan has come to woo him to go back to PDP. Wike is still in control of PDP till tomorrow. So even if you take him back there, Wike will insist that he will not get a presidential ticket. So the best place for him to remain now is where he is. Now, if anybody is thinking that Atiku is going to wake up and say, okay, Obi, just go, no. And you see, that's why if you listen to Andy, what's his name now? What's this guy's name? Okonkwo, who is speaking for him. If you listen, if you read between the line, find out that he said, if you want to contest, if you want him to support you, you have to go to primaries and beat other candidates. Nobody's going to hand you a ticket. That is Atiku speaking.
That one a foolish talk now. You know.
They are not going to hand it to him. And if he goes to primaries, he will lose because he will buy off the whole thing.
Of course.
You know? And Obi has refused to spend money. That's the truth. And so he's going to keep losing people as he's losing people now. You know?
Losing with people.
He's losing people now. You need to talk to this Valentine of Igbo here.
That one a person. That one the frustrated politician. That one a person. That's the frustrated politician.
That's what we keep saying. But these are people who are in the field.
Yeah, but he's losing people. That's the truth.
These are people who are in the field.
Even the spokesman, Kenneth Okonkwo.
Kenneth Okonkwo.
Those people have only one vote now. They only have one vote now.
No, don't say that. They have some kind of
OBE.
Yes,
politics is a game of numbers.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And what they have always used to defeat the other people is numbers and lack of control. You don't have control when elections are conducted. Who monitors for you?
KJ, but which kind of money do you want to be to spend now? To be lobbying people and be bribing people with stolen money? Or I don't understand. Which kind of money? And they want to become good government? And they want to rule and change the country?
Let's look at it this way.
You don't understand what KJ. Okay, let KJ speak.
You go to the universities now.
Yeah.
You go to say Federal University of Abuja, and then you ask, you want to raise 200. 2,000 students from there who will now stand as election watchers for you.
Yeah.
Are you expecting them to use their money to go there? Are you expecting them to use their money to transport? Are you expecting them to go there and they'll be fasting because they are trying to monitor the election for you? No. So first and foremost, you have to make sure, because these are vulnerable people, and they are the people who are holding you their office between the office and you. So no matter what you have to do, we are not going to change Nigerian elections process tomorrow because that will already monetized for a long time. So you need to look for people who have deep pockets, and what you are trying to do is to get in first. You cannot stop a moving train when you are from outside.
Oh my God!
You have to get into the train first.
I mean, we don't really enter one chance, I swear.
That's what I'm saying. You see, and these people are they are amassing every project.
But this person you are talking about actually won the state governor election twice. I don't understand. How do you think he did it? You think he didn't have people who can listen? You think he didn't have people that were standing in for him to check his numbers? That's what you think? Let me tell you something. Then what happened in the last election was that in the last election, what happened was that they were actually going to fund the people who were going to stand at each ward. But this idiot that they went to bring their own account number instead of bringing the account number of the people to receive the money to go and do their job, so that they will not frustrate the system. But now what happened? You forgot? POP, they don't understand that they need to be funded. He understood that. I know he understood that. He actually made provision. But instead of sending money to those guys were bringing the account number of them themselves for them to have the money and warehouse it and then frustrate the people in the field. Was that not what happened? You forgot? So OP is not that stupid. It's somebody that has a two-time governor. Two-time governor of a state, we that have not been the councillor one day will know more than him. Is that what you're saying?
So hold on now.
Come on, guys.
But Atiku is not only a governor; was also a vice president.
Those ones are thieves now. Those ones are stealing our money now. Those ones, they have Nigerian money in their pocket to spend. They are wasting the money because they want to get more. That's the problem.
So
we don't want that.
You're not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he should spend his personal money.
Yeah.
He has to work. It's an alliance that he must have to form. Work.
Correct.
There's no way he's going to be able to do it all by himself.
Correct.
So let him get people he is likely to agree with and be able to, swallow some of their stupidity or their corruption kind of tendency. You need to get into the trend to stop the trend. That's the truth.
Right.
You can't stop it from pushing. How you going to stop a moving trend? So get in first. Get people who will be loyal to you. If you recruit 200,000 people, if 150,000 of those people are loyal to you, they will be able to deliver your results. Let's say give those 50 may be bought over, but at least you have 150 that are trustworthy. Okay.
Yeah.
150 will now stand in and put their life on the line for you to get in there.
Correct.
That's what even in the US. Yeah, remember that when Trump felt he was being, the election was going to go the other way, they went all out. They went all out. It wasn't like they're going to. They went door to door. Even before some days to the election, they were still doing door to door, making sure they contact people who will give them assurance. And those people were the people who eventually delivered the goods. So we must look for how to beat this.
Look at what one of us just posted. Yeah.
Thank you, Cass. I was going to congratulate you. I've always said it now. It's Nigeria cannot change without a full system change.
No, correct. So Jago, I agree, but there are certain things in that statement I don't agree with.
Okay.
Is Nigerian leaders
ready?
Yes.
That's not true. That's not true.
The system is flawed.
Yeah, they're not ready.
Now, the system is flawed, but the leaders don't want to better it.
Correct. Correct. We are in a double jeopardy there. Double wahala.
My brother, Chim and KJ, I thank you for your organization and moderation of today's show. I'm off now because my head is aching a little bit. AY,
it's okay. You're in the night.
That's right, brother.
It's late over there.
Obe. I like soup. Which kind of Obe be that?
Nah, acronym of my name. Abi Osazuwa Brown. OBE.
I see.
It's not a name per se. It's just an acronym. I'm a Benin man. Osazuwa is my name.
And you speak all languages.
I thought it was a Ebenezer Obe.
But
who spoke now? I thought
Benin Obe Osazuwa is my name. Brown. Guavon.
Yemi, sir. Tim, when you get an opportunity, just throw AY off the stage, Joe. He's always coming in the middle of the night.
Leave my computer IT guru alone.
He's making money.
Yeah, go man.
That's why you just laugh. He's making money there.
Yeah, go man.
KJ, come to think of it. If you are okay there, KJ, if we are expecting an OB, as it were, to come into this arena to play the way they are playing it, fine, to play the way they are playing. Maybe you wanted to go and source for fund, or wanted to play the money politics and all that, and you expect you will now expect that there will be a systemic change. It's going to be difficult when you have used money to work your way through. Until the people ready to really get the country back for themselves. If the person out there that is not flawed, or that trying to repair the flawed system, must come with the right. According to OB, you must come in with the right process. Otherwise,
let me ask you one question.
Go ahead.
Do you know of any democracy, any country in the world where that does not require a lot of money to run for an election? Do you know anyone?
Everybody requires money. No one doesn't require money.
Okay.
What kind of money?
I need to break it down for you. Hold on. I need what KJ is saying, right? So first of all, you need money, not money, a lot of it to run for an election.
Okay.
The truth is, Peter Obi as a person, Peter Obi does not have money to run for presidential election. He does not have that kind of money. That is where a structure come in. What happened with popular parties, that is what you call the structure. For example, now there is somebody in your local government that is spending money, controlling, mobilizing people, controlling the vote, working for a particular party. In other local government across Nigeria, in your village, there is somebody that is mobilizing. That is what we call the structure. That money, it might come from the party. Some individual might spend that money. That is where they get rewarded. After the election, you see them, they give them some kind of appointment. Even if they are not giving to you, they tell you, bring somebody as minister, bring somebody as commissioner. That is what is going on. Even in America, that's the way it is run, right? You need a lot of money, but the money cannot come from one person. Like people in power now, they say the governor, the president, they don't spend their own money. They spend the
state money.
government money.
Yes.
They dig their hand in the state money. And that's why it's difficult if they are in power to compete with them, because they kind of throw that money everywhere because it's not their money. So
yeah, during during the last elections, you know that for you to qualify to be a nominee, to go to that primaries, you know the people were paying as much as 20 million, 10 million.
Yeah, that is why they pay. So
I'm not talking of what you collect from president. I'm talking of for your name to enter the list of those that will go to Abuja to go and do the primaries. People were lobbying with 10, 20 million.
Yeah.
You just imagine that mindset of to nominate me as to go to Abuja to go and stand to vote for primaries. I had to pay 20 million naira to go there.
Yes, that is where it get tricky, right? So those are part of the stuff. Even
and that's the country we want to build.
People,
right?
even we as
now.
Oh yeah.
All right.
We need to shut down. So KJ, please go ahead. I'm leaving so I can go and prepare for work.
Okay.
Okay.
So Obe, so that is where it get tricky, right? Because even these politicians, some of them spend a lot of money before they get into office. So they get into office, they're looking for a way to make that money back, either looting, bribe, whatever it takes, right?
Okay, let's round up. Well, we have overshot by 1 hour.
Okay. So it's very tricky. So all we actually need is to get somebody. If we have a liberal president that is that have the interest of the country at heart, he's gonna build the system in such a way that I say, for example, for governorship election, you cannot spend more than 10 billion naira. For senatorial election, you cannot spend more than 1 billion. So they are gonna monitor this money. The source of the money they got. So because we don't have a system that is working, so a body like EFCC, because they're working for whatever they're working for,
the government.
They really want to work. They can start looking at the political party. Where is this money coming from? Who is paying this money? Because in America now, you see like big corporation, they pop in money. They have to monitor that money. Where is the money coming from? Where the money is going to? They have to monitor it. So that is what we are lacking right now. You know, if we can clean up this, you will see this will get better. We have electoral system that is working. We have judiciary that is working. You will see how things will change very fast. All that now we don't have it, so that is why you see this struggle. They can do what they like. Even if we have a system, political electoral system that is working, right? Even if you vote in a governor, trust me, he's gonna sit up because he knows the power is with the people. But right now they know they can buy anybody with money.
They can buy you off,
do whatever. So that's why they are bold. They do what they like. So that's I just wanted to bring it that's the struggle we are dealing with.
All right. Thank you so much. Obi, do you have more parting shot also?
No, it's okay. I think we just wish that I just feel like I should be going back home every time. You know, that's why in a year I go to Nigeria like 4 times. You know, I just
4
want to do
times,
sport.
you get
Yeah.
second wife for there. I go tell your wife, make they monitor you. You are one of those guys. Your wife need to monitor you.
It's easier for me to walk a little, go there and rest, because in America you barely cannot rest like that.
Boy, Nigeria is sweet too. How
Yeah,
they spoil the country for
yeah,
us.
yeah,
It's like
exactly.
Nigeria.
If you don't dey go plenty, you wanna start going, because yeah,
Nigeria.
it's relaxing. It's just too
If
much
you
over
go to
here.
the by the time you want to leave, you don't want to leave because the
Exactly.
enjoyment is too
So,
much.
We need to
you
close
know,
right now.
no
Before
wahala.
you
Thank you so much for
No
the
wahala.
opportunity. You're the best.
Yeah.
thank you
Good
so
night.
much. Thank
All
you.
right
Thank you.
then.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, and that brings us to a close for today. I want to thank everyone who has been with us right from 1:30 to this moment. We thank you for your treasure and your time. We appreciate your contributions. We appreciate everything you've done to keep this program running. Those of you who have given us etc. etc. Thank you so much. This is your name. You go teach me how to pronounce them. You know, say me, I know you're a woman. All right. And then every other person, time will not permit me to call all of your names, all the guests, all the contributors, both those who are on stage and those who are backstage and those who are on the keyboard. We appreciate you people so much, because without you, this program won't run. We want to say that every of the ideas we have canvassed today on this program is because we want to contribute to the national discourse and development for Nigeria as a country. We also want to say that it is because of the people. We are concerned that we as a people are simply going around the circle and not advancing, even with the smallest, minutest form of advancement, like electricity, good road, good education, and all that. So our reason for being here is to just try and put our ideas across out there, and those who want to pick it up can pick it and work with it. But the truth is that we cannot continue to go around in a circle. We want to also appreciate Prophet El-Buba Isa, who is also a very known figure in the north, who has also been who have been speaking authoritatively to power without fear. And we want to appreciate his contributions in the north, in Nigeria as a whole, and indeed West Africa and Africa, because he's also doing other things outside of Nigeria. We want to thank him. We want to say that churches who do not have programs for their people should please contact Prophet El-Buba Isa. He lives in Jos. He has a good program that you can run no matter how big or how small your church is, to get your people gainfully employed. Apart from coming to you for spiritual upliftment, they also, be able to make ends meet for themselves. That means you'll be doing what Jesus did. You give people the word, you give them food afterwards. We appreciate all the big churches you talked about who have also helped to alleviate the suffering of Nigerians. We really appreciate what they are doing. And those who do not have, but who are constantly praying that the bloodshed in the streets and the local places and villages and the forest of Nigeria will come to a stop. We appreciate all of you. On behalf of Dr. Damages, who indeed is in charge of this platform, and every one of you who one time or the other come to help out in which one way or the other, I want to say thank you so much, and have a good night.
Chukuna malugo yo biadiocha Agaranya chogo kowe bili Agaranya chogo kowe rienio Owe chuku bezie chuku Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo Nuche chukwa busia ifegemelo Ni Ifo solo ne asi alibazie Oboye bebe agaranya muliba Oboye wuru agaranya bibe solia Mano agaranya wo Oboye afyozi eni pakwa